Welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, October 3rd, 2018. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Public Teachings in English. I'm your host today, Rick Crammond, and let's begin the show. Some input for today's topics. Is there any topics on anyone's mind they would like to penetrate a little further into and try to generate some interest and some knowledge, round up some knowledge about? Any prize projects anyone is working on? Be quiet out there. Help! Let me see. What have I got to show? Well, I've got some experiments that didn't quite work out as well as I'd hoped, but to kind of show the idea. One of them here. And so what I was trying to do, just a second, the other parts of my apparatus. So one concept I'm working with lately is the idea of having some sort of rotating spherical reactor, for example, a ping pong ball of GANs or some other material, that can rotate without being attached to an electrical motor with a shaft and all the corresponding issues on the matter level of this rotating shaft arrangement with the motor and the controls for the motor and the vibrations and the fields from the motor and the sounds of the motor and everything else that goes with it that's not really part of what you're trying to achieve with a rotating ball to start with. So there's lots of interference patterns, let's say, that can happen just through the interaction of the motor. There might be some beneficial things too. Certain kinds of vibrations might be useful and so on and so forth. But generally speaking, it's a bit of a pain to get something so simple as a rotating reactor to rotate on a motor pedestal without being hard on the motor bearings and causing vibrations and flying off at the wrong time, and all kinds of stuff can happen. So not to mention the idea that it seems best, it makes sense to have your rotating sphere isolated from the surrounding, environment surrounding. So in other words, don't really want it attached to a metal shaft that's really part of the matter level, material that would, if you do get a plasmatic field happening, it could be drawn into the metal or otherwise destroyed by the effect of the denser materials that are interfering with the fields. So you can imagine, for example, a sphere that was rotating. The difference, if it was in a totally insulated, say, liquid environment, so in a water environment and spinning really fast, then it would be in that insulator. Water is a good insulator, or in the case of salt, it's a good conductor. So depending if you want a conductive or insulative environment around your reactor, and you can put whatever you want in that environment, make that plasma water any environment you wish around it, if you can get this to spin without having the motor attached to it. So I'm thinking, well, how do things normally spin? And of course, we think about tornadoes and vortexes of other types, and just think of your bathtub when you pull the plug and the water spirals down the bathtub. Well, if you had a reactor in that spiral, then it would start turning, and it would turn at whatever the speed of that spiral would be. So it made sense to me that if I could create that vortex environment inside of some sort of sphere or some sort of container around the sphere, perhaps that would be a way to control the speed of it, and they control the various vibrations, and keep it in an insulated environment where it can create its own fields without being interfered with by the matter level stuff that's touching it. So what I had thought of different ways, like I have a little plastic jar here, for example, and I attached a nozzle onto the side here. It's just a glued on nozzle, goes in at an angle. I had a hose on it before it fell off. And I had a little pump, and I pumped water into this and kind of made the ball spin around. But then it turned out once it started spinning around, it would get sucked to the bottom and block the hole in the bottom here that I had to for the exit hole for the liquid. So that didn't really work too good, because as soon as the ball started spinning at any speed, it would do like it did there and actually block the hole. Otherwise, it started out spinning at about this height or so, and then it would pull itself down to the bottom the faster it went, block off the hole, and the vortex action would stop. So that didn't work out as good as I'd hoped, and I realized there's more to it than just spinning a vortex of water inside. It has to be done in a certain way in order to create the environment to spin the ball. This is a GANS ball, not just an empty ping pong ball. So an empty ping pong ball would actually work because it would float. It would be at the top of the vortex, and it wouldn't tend to block off that bottom exit hole where that goes into the pump. So a little experiment there, and I was playing with this as a sort of a sorry, there's a way to do this. Oops. Anyway, it worked out something like this. I've got it's hard to show here without everything kind of going crazy, but there's a black pump in the depths of this black container, little 12-volt water pump, and snap that on before it falls off. So this is just a plastic. It's actually like a cigarette container that you can get at the dollar store for $1.25. And it was a perfect little container for the pump, as well as the sphere here. So pump water will come up through here and spin around the top, and I still actually have to drill a hole through the other bottom part of this for it to dump properly. I had it the other way around, and it wouldn't work properly, and I thought that would work. It was another slightly failed experiment, but basically this hooks up to 12 volts, and it has enough action to spin the ball around, not as fast as I'd hoped. So I'm realizing now I need a more powerful apparatus in order to produce the effects I want. And I'm not sure if that's the way to even go with it. Perhaps perhaps there's another way to create the motion. I want some fairly significant motion, not just slow motion, and creating it as a series of cores. Maybe if there was no actual ball core, maybe it could be done just with liquids, different densities of liquids, for example. Requires more experimentation, but I am working on that, and I've got a few ideas to try to get the apparatus to work a little better. And I think there's something to be had with that, to be able to create an environment where the rotating main core is isolated and free to do as it wishes within the confines of simply rotating in a controlled environment, whether it's liquid or vapor or maybe even a vacuum environment, as long as the rotation can be made. I've shown other ways of doing it in the past as well, but open to ideas and suggestions on that one. If anybody has any ways and means that they come to mind. So I see Caroline's here as well. Hi, Caroline.
Hi, Rick. Good morning. Sorry, I had to find my microphone, but good morning, everybody. What's the topic today, Rick?
Well, I don't have a topic yet until there's going to be a presentation by what's his name again? Hadil is supposed to show us some sort of energy generator. I've got Guy on hand here as a translator because Hadil is French. It's from the French Keshe group, and I'm sort of waiting for him to show up for that to take place. And in the meantime, I was just discussing the concept of being able to rotate a GANS ball or other kind of round sort of reactor container without using any motors, but still being able to rotate it and control it and so on without any direct connection with shafts and motors and things that make noise and vibrate and fall apart and have bearings and heavy metal in them and stuff like that. So
so you want to find a solution for making your balls to rotate without engine?
Yeah, essentially.
What we have done, or what I have seen, when you attach plastic pieces, which are, you know, when you look at a ventilator,
wings from plastic bottle, to make it spinning in the wind?
Yep.
Thank you.
If you position it even above the stove, because of the warmth of the air which is circulating in the house, you can have your system rotating above a heat source or a ventilator, because it picks up whatever you're already using in the house. You can use that. And if you work outside in the garden, you just hang it on a string, but you attach like little wings. They have made those beautiful ones, you know, like on flowers, when you put them in the wind, they start just spinning around.
Yes. Yeah.
then this way, when you touch those plastic things, or even, it doesn't matter, it can be even aluminum, whatever you can find to use, and you glue them on your balls. With the minute you hang them out, when there is a little bit of movement in the wind or the air, they just start spinning. So you have your rotating system.
Yes, indeed. That's a good idea. Quite practical. And as long as you've got a bit of wind or heat, then that can work, definitely.
They move. They usually never, and they don't need to be spinning like mad. It is the constant repositioning of the fields. And the beautiful thing is that they turn outwards and they turn, they go one way, clockwise and anti-clockwise. So the fields are continuously sending or releasing their fields, depending on what kind of words you want to use, but they're constant in motion.
Yes.
Even when you have a fireplace, or when you know that there is heat produced in the house, you know what you actually can use easy. If you have had children, those ones which are turning on top of the children with the music, they can even run on a small battery and they just keep on rotating. Or even if you can't get your hands on that and you want to use multiples, those circular with the pins on to hang your socks or underwear or small items to dry. You already have the pins, so you just can position. They even have made them with in different layers. You can have 2 or 3, so you can build up easy even a star formation with it.
Yes, I suppose that is true. I was thinking of something a little more precise, let's say, that could be controlled. And when the wind stops blowing, blow on it with your breath in order to get it to spin and so on. And I have enough trouble with my reactors having to keep them going as it is. But no, that's a really nice drawing you have there, Shandor, and it reminds me of, with Christmas coming up soon. I hate to say that, but they have ornaments already in the markets. It almost looks like a Christmas ornament, and when you think about it, the open box.
You can do it from Christmas ornament actually, and you just attach with glue some wings, and if you put it on a string, in order to avoid twisting too much that string, you can get from fishing tackle supplies such as swivels for fishing.
Yes, indeed.
It's a small, a penny cost small item which allows spinning around without spinning the string.
Yes,
I'm gonna go to another topic which Rick is actually looking for. Why don't you put the word CH3 and go through all the search of the videos of Mr. Keshe's presentation? What is the strongest GANs and how do you build up a dynamic? What is your strongest GANs of feeding? From the 4. Or even if you already have managed to make neutron GANs.
You mean strongest giver?
Yeah.
Well, we know the CH3 would be the energy or
the highest giver.
The highest giver, I suppose, yes.
Yeah. Now, if you know that your systems work, you have to position them dynamic, which means ratio to whatever you're going to build up. Why don't you use that way of working through the fields? You're going to create motion when you are using from the smallest or the weakest to the highest. So how can you create for you to get that going. It's in all the teachings. It's in plain view. If you do research and you go on every topic which comes about the CH3, and then you go about dynamic, and then you go by ratio, then you create your fields, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
It's all how do you put them in what kind of sequence, and you can run a lot of tests with very small ones. You only have to kickstart them once, and then you have created the field because you opened it up. And what can you not forget to place within the middle is that empty space which you are creating the field strength.
Mm-hmm.
And then the motion will go. Even when they're hanging loose, once you start them getting going, you kickstart. It's like you press the first button and then the rest just takes over.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're sensitive enough, you can pick it up by your feeling. You know, when you place your hands, you can feel the field around. It's like when you go around somebody, you can feel from a distance if it's cold or warm or like trying to sense an aura. You can feel the field strengths which are coming, that it gives you. That's what John was doing in Arizona. When they go near, they can feel like a cool air passing. You can feel it through the hands.
Mm-hmm.
You already have everything. It's just how to position them and then build them up in the understanding what was before in all the teachings and what is the highest giver. I only know about CH3 with the amino acids from the CH3. But what is the totality of the field strength of the universe supporting is the neutron guns. So if you can make neutron guns even from the CH3, you can imagine what you're going to create. And then you have also the addition of the hemoglobin, which is life, which is the amino acids from this planet, which most of you most probably already have been producing in your own little labs or big labs. So it is all depending on the strength, the field strength, the ratio that you can create the dynamic by its own field strength. Then you can walk away from your engines.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to make them more dynamic, you can hang them that they can rotate or standing still, but you have to kickstart them once and then you can switch it off. Even if you're correct in your setup, your engine will stop.
If it's not started correctly, you mean?
What?
If you don't start it correctly, is that what you mean?
No, you have to kickstart them.
Yeah.
And if your dynamic is balanced, that one gives to the other one, that you create that infinity field strength, because one goes to the other, one goes to the other, they follow each other up and they go back to the lowest one to go back to the highest one. That's the dynamic you're creating. Yeah, you always give to the lowest. Yeah, to go to the highest always gives to the lowest. So you always have to have the dynamic that it can follow up. So it's a sequence you're creating. When you kickstart them with a small engine, not even a heavy one, when you have reached the balanced dynamic, your engine will indicate, once you have created that dynamic, rotating field strength, then you will not need no longer your engine, or your engine switches off by itself, or you can switch it off and test by your sensitivity how you feel your field strength. But again, please, as I tried to explain yesterday, it's the same principle as with your MAGRAPH system or your star formation. You create a dynamic soul. So make sure as you're setting it up, you always make sure it has a purpose to serve. You got to define and explain and express to the system you're building what purpose you want it to interact with you and for what purpose it will be made and created. And always be very careful when, before you terminate a system, to say thanks. Because at any given moment, when you build something or you compose something for a purpose to be there, you need to be aware that you're working with something you created, which is called a soul. It's an entity. Then your interaction and your dynamic and your knowledge, it will open it up, the path to walk, because it's going to guide you where it needs to go to be working in full balance for what purpose you have made it for. So not just in the matter state trying to create something, but first start working with the soul, the intent for what you wanted, and then work with the system. It's going to give you the feedback. You will get ideas, you will get, your eyes will go to memory. You know, you're going to get, how do we call them? You're going to get signs and signals which are going to guide you, because the system is communicating with you how to go into the completion of what you want.
Yes, you're right. I know what that's like.
It's like something takes you by the hand and walks you through a library of knowledge which you need to know. But
Yep.
you got to ask for it.
Yeah, good point. Shandor's going through, he's got the raw transcripts of the workshops apparently here, or at least many of them. And he's outlining where, what CH3, the word CH3 comes in, Shandor?
Yes, I'm trying to.
There are a lot, I know. But they give you an idea. If you don't understand the topic about something, put the word into the library and go on to the search through the teachings, and all the phrases or what Mr. Keshe has explained just pop up. They get highlighted because of all your beautiful work to do the transcribing, and you can find your way easy back into all. And then you can start making the connections because you go for the specific topics you need to know or want to know. And then it forms like a picture that you can read and understand and start working with it.
Yeah, it's true. Go ahead, sorry.
No, it's because, sorry, Rick, it's because people think that the information is so scattered and it is everywhere. It's in reality, it's not. It's just that we over time have built up that kind of library, but not many people are using it. They think they're lost in so much, but it had to be built up in parts and in sections to then to make sense. When you put them together, you get the view on every single topic because it just brings it all together. And I think we should bring this more into a public arena, Rick, maybe even on Thursday, how to guide people, how to search through this library of knowledge. They will find much faster their answers on certain topics, which to them, you know, they don't know where to start. Well, actually, it's very easy. You give them the keywords, you give them, and you know how to explain it for them to do those searches. You're an expert in it.
Well, it appears we're working with a system here that Shandor has that'll be maybe similar to what we'll access eventually with the Knowledge Seekers workshops. We'll have some sort of interface that it'll be easy to search for keywords and phrases through all the workshops.
If a PHP programmer could make that in HTML format, it would be great, because the Excel sheet, it's over 25 megabytes. It's over the size which can be shared through Google Docs, for instance.
Right, it'll have to be some sort of database based, access sort of thing. So.
Can you not find them like in, how can I say? Klaus has done this kind of way of searching, and he says they just pop up very easy. So I think you can ask some advice from Klaus.
I hope I did a good job here. So here you can sort by any keyword, and then I marked, after I sorted on CH3, you see I marked with a specific color for that part of the text. And next thing is to read around and to find out the whole story about that sentence in the context and to mark all of it. Yes, the word, it pops up immediately, but then we have to listen and to read it again and to put together that which belongs to that topic.
Yes, and you've got the clickable links there, right? So you can go directly to the point in the workshop if you need to listen to it, right?
Absolutely. You see, I focus my mouse on it, and you see it's a YouTube link with hour, second, minute, and second.
Mm-hmm.
So I can open that by a click.
Yeah, and then you could also open up the YouTube transcript in YouTube if you wanted to, and be able to look through the transcript and see the context of that line and so on.
Actually, this is the transcript taken from YouTube.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
You see the text, it's the transcript for every line, and every line is marked with a link to the Knowledge Seekers workshop. This is 161st, for instance, and you see there the in the next column the hour, minute, and the second.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Okay.
So just cannot leave the filter on because it will take out the context. So after I marked with a specific color, I can go and find that color spot by searching it fast. And once I found it, I can read before and after to find out the limits, the delimitation of that topic where it belongs to. Because the information is not just one word, it's several sentences. So I'm looking for that orange color, which I marked with the CH3. You see, yellow, for instance, marks all the references to the word emotion, or to the soul. Sorry, orange is emotion, light orange, and lemon color is about the soul, and the darker orange, it's about CH3. You can add as many filters you would like to. Oops, here it is. So here is a sequence from Knowledge Seekers version 165th, 1 hour 28 minutes and 14 seconds. And here is there are a few sentences. Now it's for you to find a way how to change your CH3 into fuel space. And then it goes, the story.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point, that you can find it. The fuel for space. Why CH3? Because it's your biggest giver of your gases. So you got to go back, and usually when you collect these that you want to know, when you go walking or you go shopping or you even go to sleep, just listen to them. Play them in your headsets and just go walking. You receive the information which triggers because you were there. It's just a refresher to open it up more.
So then searching through the text by fast reading, I can determine about until which point it's still the same subject, and where it goes to the next subject. Sometimes it's not so easy because Mr. Keshe sometimes goes from one subject to the other very easy, very smoothly.
Yeah, but it's the overall where you have to search for the peaks of CH3.
Yeah.
And this one, you just refer to the fuel of the space travel.
Yes.
And there you have it. So it must be the most powerful. Now it's going back and open it up. You're going to have your reactors without engines.
Okay, oh, well, Chandra, while you're there with the hot link, maybe you could copy that link and pop it into the chat here so that we've got that one to have a look at later.
Just a second, I'll do it. Just 1 second. Share computer sound, new share, and voila, here you are.
It also might be nice when you do, as researchers and teachers, when you do this kind of, you know, I have asked this question and this is the search which I have gone through, share it on Facebook, topic about and the reason why, and then the links, so you incite or inspire the others to go and do their own research in their own topic. So you show them how to do it. That will be much easier for them to follow. And then you don't need to explain everything over and over again because they already gathered the information for themselves.
Yes, you see, the Romanians are doing a good job. There is a transcriber volunteer, Katie, and she already has made so many small excerpts on topics translated and subtitled in Romanian. So Romanians have an easy job to go to the channel of the Romanian Keshe Association, and they can pick small 5-10 minutes videos by topic.
Okay.
This is
can I ask the Romanians now reverse the knowledge they received, translate it, and refer it back to the Keshe Foundation on Wiki in English? And if each language does that, for whatever they have created this kind of beautiful systems to work with, and it's so valuable, then can they start reverting that kind of way, the way they did it, and simply translate it in English and feed it back for the English platform?
Oh, it's not need to translate it because original is in English. Why to translate it back?
Because the way they have formatted it. That's what I'm after.
So
you said
there is the original of Mr. Keshe's teaching.
No, you don't understand, Sander. Yeah. They have sequenced, yeah, but the explanation is in Romanian. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a one-man work. You have to understand it was only one person who was doing this tremendous work.
Okay, if we can have the translation of how he's made this and be making it available for the English, then they will know what they're looking for. Otherwise, they're going to go zigzagging because they don't understand the Romanian. And then it can become like a copy for the other languages. It will automatically get translated in 17, 18 more languages.
I'm sure she's now cooperating with the translators and transcribers group. So Flint can discuss such a request with the person as the leader of the translation group.
Because we are trying to collect this kind of beauties, no matter.
And meanwhile, we can do the same. We have this material. I transferred this database to the transcribers group, so they can access it through the internal cloud. So anyone can start and pick portions. Now the issue is that we need more volunteers for such kind of jobs, because those who are extremely busy just with transcribing the latest workshops, and they try to catch up with that.
It's coming. Just be patient.
Yeah. Shall I play the little portion from which I selected just before from the database?
About the CH3 for the fuel for space.
Yes, sure.
If Rick is okay with this.
Yes, absolutely.
It has been in Rome, as far as I remember, last year.
Now it's for you to find a way how to change your CH3s into fuel space. You were happy with the fuel for the man. You were going for CH3. CH3 is the original sugar of the backbone of the creation of life on this planet. Without it, life would not have happened. But if you can change it, you can interact with it. If Armand was here, he would have told you he's pushing it, but he doesn't see it. And I'll never tell him anything. I'll leave it for him because he imagines good. So it gives us a new dimensions in the school of thoughts of the plasma technology. But he says, you don't run me and everything. And I said, if I tell you everything, you'll become copycat. Nobody will learn. But if you understand this, if you understood how you created the CH3, and if you understand how this can be created, you're all man of space. The reason for it is very easy. You fuel your spaceship with this, and you fuel man with this. But if you get it right in the reactor, you can do the two at the same time. The reason why you don't see it is very simple. Because in the present matter state, you look at the hydrogen, carbon, hydrogen, hydrogen, and a hydrogen, and a carbon, and a hydrogen, and a carbon, and a hydrogen. In the world of the plasma, you look at this. The hydrogen is here, deuterium is here, and the carbon is here. They're all on the back of the same plasma. Ah, Armand, you missed a lot. Yeah, it says it's okay, it's on the internet. You get the voice, but not the soul. I was giving you a lot of soul. It's there. So, what do you come to understand? In the matter state, they explain to you the fallacy of this. In the plasma state, you work with this. One of the reasons why the world of science has gone so wrong, as I explained many times, is the way they represent a carbon, an H, an H, an H, or whatever they link it. If you look at it in reality, it's like this: a carbon, an H, an H, and an H. Not all of them are positioned the way they want to tell you. If you understand this, then you understand there's a lot of energy which is kept and controlled. There was a very interesting discussion on the dinner table by the man in a beard, if I find him. He was explaining, sitting across Armand with the glasses. He says the hydrogen is at 120 degrees, and if you give it the right energy, it goes in line. Correct? He's sitting there. He's looking at me. He's not talking. Oh, he was explaining it very good in English. he understood part of the game. The other part is that if you can change it from 120 degrees and understand there is a third one 120 degrees, when you bring these two, for this to move in to be balanced, releases a lot of energy. You see, I don't sit in a cafe and just have a dinner. I listen to everybody, because you listen through your ears, I pick up your souls. So I can tell you more. In so many ways, if you understood the work of the plasma, if you create the right condition for CH3 in your reactors, you will have the deuterium. A young chap yesterday came to me and he showed me a diagram with a CH3 inside and there's something else outside. He understood, but he's not sure. In a way, if you look at it, if you can create there is nobody behind the board anymore. If you understand in your space reactors, I keep on telling you, you need double core, Mr. Arman. He has double core. We'll see tomorrow. You call it acidic or alkaline. I call it very simple. Yes. You're not supposed to ask questions. It's the teaching time. Yes, yes. You ask. But if you understand, if you create enough of that, you're talking about plasmatic fields. You're talking about plasma, you're talking about gas, you're not talking about the molecular structure. Do you see the light? Do you understand it? The board is very, that's the whole secret. The smaller it goes, nobody understands. Okay, I'll go very bigger. Is this good enough for the blind? There is a place called, yes. You need to go to them and say, I need some of these, please. Unless you can see through the eye of your soul, then you don't need the right. So, those of you who've been looking to create deuterium or the property of the deuterium, I gave you everything before. If you put enough of it in and ratio it the right way, and Dr. Rodriguez keeps on telling you 2 to 1, 3 to 1, you link the carbon. In a plasmatic condition, you link the hydrogen. You know, if you don't understand, C goes with C. The O in connection with hydrogen, you know what it does. It takes 2 of it, but it leaves a free H. But if you have enough free H's here, you got the deuterium. Then, if you understand it, go back to the work which was done with the time of teaching, how you change alkaline with acidic. If you know there is a secret in the whole process, that this chap without doing anything, the guy behind me understood, but is not doing it, and I'm waiting for him to do it. Arman, You keep the carbon link. You create a condition where big bunch of these behave like this inside this part. Now you don't need to change matter. Now you create deuterium here more than here. We put current in it. You understand? Now you know.
You already have my reaction.
So it's your problem. I fly in Ghana, Arizona has to fly too. So what you see, you don't look at it in a matter state. Look at it in a plasmatic state. If you don't have a carbon connection and strength, you have a problem. But in a space, you don't need it. But this is at least an interim that you can just take off a little bit. Be happy, at least we don't wait for 3 years for doing nothing. Oh my God. There's another millions in China doing it. So they didn't see it. That's their problem when you don't see. Yes. Good morning, doctor. I told you, the Italians come as late as possible. They're usually the last people in all the conferences and teaching. So now you understand, you keep the link, because here on this planet, you forgot about something. In all these, you have your H2O2 both sides. Now you go like this, oh God, what did I do? It's okay, you fly tomorrow. No problem, we have it. So you got to understand, if you go a step further, and understand the whole process, God bless the soul of the man if he understands what I'm about to write. Now we'll do it here with different color. There's a very big question. If you look in a matter state, if you look in a plasma state, you're too late. You already done that. Just about 10 minutes before you go, you went for a smoke, you smoked everything up. Now you understand what's going on. If you don't see it, big enough? Go back on the teaching of Dr. Rodriguez yesterday. Understand you're dealing with the plasma. Understand what is carbon, understand what's oxygen. Understand multiple of the plasmas can give effect of the same. Understand that you can have deuterium at any time. One coffee. understand that you're dealing in a plasma state, not in a matter state. If you get and understood what Dr. Rodriguez told you by the ratio of filling up your bags, the water which you carry in your CH3, but the ratio of understanding it will give you deuterium here or deuterium here, according to the current you put through the transformation. You've seen the work, but you never understood. You talk about the amino acid of the man. Sorry. But you don't see the conversion of the numbers. If you get the right conversion, this stays neutral, then you can convert carbon to behave like oxygen. And in a teaching of up to now, I taught you something very, very simple, but maybe you understand. Iron is the, what they call the magnets, creating positioning on Earth. In the gaseous part is the oxygen, which plays the game. In the deep space is the carbon, or what we call crystal structure of carbon behavior. Now you have more or less the three magnets of the universe. There are more to understand. Good morning. Arman says thank you. Lawyer of mine in Manchester says, don't thank me, pay me. So, fly.
Shall we play the continuing part, or is this enough for you to think for the next week?
Probably for the next 10 years, but very good, Shandor. Nice the way that worked out to be able to find the link and then go directly to that place where there's so much information there. And that's actually very much in line with my thoughts earlier today and the last few days on how to progress and how to keep going. And toward the end there, he had the reactor I had envisioned with the CH3, the deuterium happening, and the water around it. And there's no connection in his drawing to, it has to be isolated, insulated sort of reactor aside from the fields which interconnect. And it was all perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for Caroline for guiding us into that as well.
I work very well, Rick, if you ask questions.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's the way oracles work. Right? That's in the old days. People would go and go up to the Temple of Delphi or wherever it was and ask the oracle if they had a really important question that needed to be answered. And usually they'd have to pay some money or something as well. Nowadays, everyone expects things to be free, free, free. So it's hard work for oracles these days.
There is something about what you just mentioned. No, it's more that I'm relying that I was there from before your time. So I have a lot of information. Now I realize, until only recently, I can accumulate because I was there before all of you appeared. So I picked up a lot on my way, and it's only by asking the question that it brings me back to before your time, or even within your time, because I try to be everywhere present as much as I can, not to skip or miss anything, because it has become a very vital point to connect in a different way. Not better, but maybe easier. And to explore. But I came with what you just said, to pay, to donate. I came across something which I didn't understand until very recently. You know, we keep on playing, sorry. We keep on playing the video donate, yeah? But not many people have understood the real true essence behind that point of donating. It is not so much for the foundation to receive money. It supports a lot of work. And if there would be more donations, it would be able to expand the donations to the different departments which are in the highest need. But now you have to, stepping beside that, they're teaching this, or they have brought up in a lot of culture the way, to donate. But the essence of the understanding has been passed beyond a lot of people. They don't see the beauty in it. And I saw it happening and I heard about it, but to me, I have not been brought up with it. It's not in our culture, or at least not in that way of understanding. Until I made the understanding, the link 2-3 days ago. Pardon. And that is, they teach it in the Baha'i faith. But even there, it's not fully understood why. Especially if you're not Iranian. It's, it's like you feel you're supposed to do. You're, like the gentleman yesterday said, the word commandment, I don't like to use it because to me, it gives me, I have to do. That's where it's wrong, because it's not understood the beauty behind it. The beauty is, I will start with the beginning. Let's say you have your wages or your income. It doesn't matter how big or small it is, but you have something. If you keep 1/10 of that total amount, let's say per month, and you put it aside in cash or in an account or whatever you like. Now, and coming to understand the purpose for what that to serve, it will open and guide a lot of people to have a totally different view on it, and they can work with it. The point is that 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, it doesn't matter. Then you say, oh, I have already this much. You look at it, it's there. Now you wish to know for what purpose this money could serve the best. So you open the door for where it can serve the best. It might be a family 2 doors away who's gone through mayhem, can't pay electric bills, or can't pay their heating bills, or can't send their children to school. It doesn't matter. You will sense for what purpose that money can serve. Now, if you give that money for that purpose, which you even are entitled to decide where it goes, because it's your free way of doing it, the beauty sits in the fact that if you have made any mistakes, knowing or unknowing, in decision or behavior, or you have done something, I will use the word wrong, yeah? When you practice this or you apply this way, in so many ways, you realign your own ship back on course, because money is energy. It just carries energy. So it realigns yourself to correct if you even have made a mistake, knowing or unknowing. So it releases whatever your field, which was attached to it, whatever could have gone or been wrong, you realign yourself, because the money you direct to serve in a direct path of service. When people come to understand that it is realigning yourself by at least taking, even if you can't even make that 1/10, but you put aside that is what you can afford, but for the purpose to serve, that is an energy which starts traveling because it's given freely. But that giving always comes back to the giver. And this is what people don't understand. It's never been fully opened up that it supports you to realign yourself, knowing or unknowing. But if you make it the purpose to serve, you can choose your donation point of giving wherever you like, but it's the way you are doing it. You're carrying it out. It is so beneficial towards yourself, and there is no wrong in it. It's actually elevating you. Does that make sense to you, Rick?
Sure, absolutely. It's good to put aside a percent of one's money, or one's energy, you might say, too, and attention and so on, toward say some of the loftier goals, the spiritual goals, rather than our personal ones that seem to demand our time and attention and money all the time.
Yeah, it's the energy package. Donate doesn't even mean necessarily to have to be money. It is even just going out and to go and help somebody who's in need, or go and guide somebody who's sick, or be taking them to a hospital. It's the deed of giving freely, unconditionally. I just give it and put it in a form of money, because it goes faster, and it's sometimes, you know, I've seen Iranian people, they know it very well because they've been brought up with it from childhood, especially when they're Baha'is. When things start going wrong, you know, like accident or near accident, or they start getting harmed or hurt, they knew they have done, something has gone wrong. They can't straight away even realize what is going on, but to break that chain, they take some money and they go to the nearest where they know, you know, like an orphanage or a school, or I don't know how they solve these kind of things, or a family in need, and they donate, and it breaks the chain. So it changes the energy pattern if you look from it from a plasma field strength. Donating is not only money, it's time, it's you giving. that is the energy it takes and carries. And I'm thank you, Rick, for opening it up to more than just money.
Yes, indeed. Lots of ways to contribute to help pay back, and with gratitude with the things we do and so on, our interchanges with others. Lots of opportunities.
Okay. Now, have you had more views on your fuel for your space?
Yes, indeed. Yes. Well, this is, it's interesting because this has been what's coming up for me. I'm interested in creating the deuterium GANs. I only have a small amount of CH3 right now, and I have to get my kit together. I've got a number of kits ready to go, but I have to focus on the deuterium as a GANs to work with and a material to work with. And through that understanding, I hope to leapfrog from that to another understanding of how to release this, the deuterium or the neutron that's also related to that concept. And yeah, I'm excited about it. Actually, there's a lot of stuff going on that has changed my understanding recently about the interactions that occur inside of fluids, specifically inside of water or inside of solutions, such as inside of our bodies, our blood and lymph and all the systems of the body, the cells of the body and whatnot, and the interaction of the energy systems in the cell, for example, and how that works in terms of the fluids around it, and how we have essentially these little motors inside the cells. And that motor will rotate when it gets the right nutrient combination that turns its switches on and whatnot. And there's light involved, and there's magnetic fields involved. And this is the exciting part about where the teachings of Mr. Keshe on the plasma teachings and all the things he's talked about regarding the fields in the body and the reactors within ourselves and so on. And now some scientists are actually discovering systems on the nano level inside the cells of our body, inside the blood and inside the fluids, inside water itself. There's new discoveries of water almost every day now. And they thought they knew everything about water when I grew up. It was all figured out. I mean, water's been around a long time, a lot longer than we've been around. So water is the basic, factor needed in life. And yet now we're finding out more and more about water as in terms of science. I say we as humans, we've now discovered all kinds of things about water. We didn't know about all the nanostructuring and the clustering of the water and down into the memory of water and how it's influenced by our thoughts and emotions and so on and so forth. And this gets into not just when I was growing up, again, there might be some ideas or theories about that, but it was kind of airy-fairy. It wasn't really based in science back then, but now it actually is based in science. And with all the reinforcement from Mr. Keshe over and over about how the body works, and there's these, you know, about how the isotopes and the radioactive, the radiation rays inside the body and so on can make conversions take place, and there's actual transmutation and actions of fields going on inside of our bodies. And this is what I think science is coming up against now. They're discovering this. They're going, wow, there's actual nuclear fusion and fission reactions going on inside of our body. And we are reactors, but on a micro scale. So
they knew that since 1952.
Well, who is the they that you mean?
Well, the governments and the science community, a lot of this stuff, like especially since after, you notice how everything changed in 84, but a lot of the actual technologies came out in the late 40s and the early 50s. Like plasma technology was already out there. They had fucking, you'd be surprised what they had, pardon my language. And then it got covered up again after 84 because everything changed then. And now it's being re-uncovered again for the second time, but really it's all 1950s technology or later, but there's nothing new under the sun, right?
Well, there is new techniques and new things that has convinced some of the regular scientists that are not fringe that this is real, and it's all becoming more and more real for the other scientists. And pretty soon it'll be, you know, part of the regular teaching of science that the magnetic fields and the interaction of plasmatic structures inside the body are more important than the chemistry or the actual, you know, physical things going on. And this is the difference, I think, that ordinary science is now accepting that rather than rejecting it as something, because they couldn't measure before. Now they have means of measuring magnetic fields on a micro nano level and seeing things on a nano level that they couldn't see before, and this kind of thing. So I think that's changed literally the perspective of science. You know, that science is about being able to look at things closer and closer, smaller and smaller, and also looking at things bigger and bigger, to, you know, peering into the skies as such, in a broader way and in different ways. For example, just a couple of days ago, there's an announcement that they have a new sensor apparatus it's like a telescope, and they put it into the Hubble Deep Space Field where it was supposed to be all black, but it ended up being a whole bunch of galaxies. The closer they looked, the more they could see the little stars they thought were stars were huge galaxies, and inside the galaxies were even more and more. And they shine this new apparatus up there, and this apparatus doesn't pick up stars, but it picks up, instead it picks up the atomic hydrogen, the signature of atomic hydrogen. And they discovered, lo and behold, that everywhere they looked in space was full of these clouds of atomic hydrogen that they didn't actually know was there before. And so now they're creating this sort of a map or blueprint of the universe as we can see it from the point of view of this atomic hydrogen, which is surrounding all of the star structures and the various galaxies and other large, you know, stellar type structures. So basically, this hydrogen gas, this atomic hydrogen, or what could be deuterium, because many of these atomic hydrogens could be actually deuterium, not just plain atomic hydrogen. And as it turns out, there's a lot more of that in space than around Earth. So these clouds are, I believe, like Lawrence was hinting at earlier today or yesterday, depending on your time zone, with the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace, about the hydrogen feeding into the core. So these hydrogen clouds, the atomic hydrogen, which Mr. Keshe has always said is the key to the reaction in the reactors in his initial gaseous reactors, atomic hydrogen, number one gas. That feeds once that core is ignited, is initiated, then the gases feed into that and help keep that going, and what's going actually creates gases as well at the same time. So it's an interchange there, and that's the same thing as what's happening in space. Like our sun is gobbling up the hydrogens that come from the Earth and that come from the other parts of the solar system. So it makes sense that, and especially with what we were talking about earlier here, with the CH3 and this deuterium, which Mr. Keshe was mentioning, and that's at the core of the reactor. But it's also got the outside part, which is also he mentioned it could go either way depending on the current flow. And so you can have the core creating deuterium or the outer parts creating the deuterium. But either way, it becomes the fuel for the reactions that are needed to either create new materials, create energy, create the lift, and all of the other parts that are associated with this amazing reaction, the way I figure it. Anyway, any comments? I've got some things in the chat here. Caroline's replying about the plasma feeding system, which was a question in the Q&A from Tina, who says, I have a question for the group. Looking to find a blueprint of the feeding plasma system with the coils, the one built by Jackie and a few others. I could not find it on the blueprints page. And Caroline responds, this plasma feeding system is simple. If you put the 4 ganzas with the presence of the 4 amino acids in a circle in the middle, you place, for example, an apple that you put water bottles outside around the fields of the apple are transferred to the water. And when you just even sit around, you're receiving the fields from whatever you have placed inside the 4 ganzas. Okay, that's a quick description on how that works. Thank you for that. And Christina says, yes, thank you. I was looking at one with the coils. That was with the GANS coils, or was that with copper coils?
I would like to add something we have found out by testing. If you have the feeding system the way I just explained, and if you put or if you use the nano-coated coils like for your MAGRAPH system, So the two in one, gravitational and anti-gravitational, and you hang them around. Let's say you have positioned them like on a table, a round table or a square table, but something that nothing is around that environment where you have positioned it on it. If you hang your nano-coated wires, like from your maggraph, which I just explained, or simply a nano-coated infinity loop, because you have to bend you have to stretch them out if you want to use the coils as you have made for your magraphs, and you twist them once and then you connect them within the middle. If you hang these just on the boundary of your amino acids and your GANS waters, still with the food placed inside, you are expanding the field beyond. You can fill up beyond your house and feed who and whatever is around you. That is how much they are intensifying the field strength of the feeding station. If you place the infinity loop like from a nano-coated maggraph system, and you place them, let's say 2 meters or 1 meter away from, and you position yourself between the feeding system and the nano-coated infinity loop behind you, the temperature just drops drastically. You just go like in a fridge. So this might be a very good way if you don't have electricity to keep your food cool and to create a balanced, cool environment to keep your vegetables or your fruit or whatever you want to preserve. Or if it is too hot outside, how to balance the temperature within the house, especially for people which are in very warm climates and they can't use that high amount of electricity on air cores. Try to position the food system within the center of the house. So the 4 ganses, the 4 amino acids, whatever you place inside on food as whatever you want to receive, you can use whatever you can imagine that you think you would like to taste or receive. Your intuition will tell you what. Now, if you place the nano-coated material close around, but before the water bottles, you extend the feeding system. So you reach beyond, and it goes, believe me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers you can extend your field strength. So you become a steady point of shining out food or field strength, which is nourishing. If you place, let's say this stands in the center of the house and you put your nano-coated infinity loops around your windows and doors around the house, you will create a reduction of heat in the house that you go to shivering point. That's how cold you can make your home. So try it out. I think it might even be working when you put them close. Not only that you beam out, but you will also increase the temperature from the house if you're in a cold environment. So it depends where you position your infinity loops, what you will create in the condition that you are kickstarting. Because we try to explain to people to support them winter or summer to at least have a comfortable time within their own environment. Try it, it works, because I was there myself and I really had to remove the infinity loops because I was getting too cold. So it is a good solution for people which have no other ways to keep or to bring the temperature for whatever purpose. Now you know how to do it. Even if you have now thinking a little bit further into the medical health system, if you got somebody with fever, You can position him in there, his temperature will go down. Try it. Or if you're cold, then place the infinity loops away from it and go in between the feeding system and the nano-coated infinity loops. You will get warm. I wanted to share this one with you because it's beautiful.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. That was interesting. Is there anybody have any questions about that, or?
This is what we are trying to, pardon, the ones which are producing ganses, to create a stock of it in small water bottles, Coca-Cola bottles, lemonade bottles, glass bottles, jars, whatever you can store them in. Always collect the amino acids with it, or you add them in the GANS water that you make sure that they are there. And you can, in any disaster or in any thing you get confronted with people which are in need or suffering, you just go to, let's say, those big halls where they gather people together. When the supplies don't or are not able to come in fast enough, that's how you can support so many people, keeping them warm or even keeping them cool, and feed them. So everyone can grab something from somewhere or carry something to be placed in the middle, even if it's a bar of chocolate. And even if that is not there, the ganses are balancing, at least for the first few days, if there is absolutely no incoming help.
Christina mentions it might also work for making pool water warm.
Pool water is, I do not know how to put, unless you can keep it steady in the water, you have to position it in the middle. You can make even your water a full supply of whatever you want. The balancing the water goes by adding the ganses, the 4 ganses. And we usually use the water bidons with the mixtures of the GANs in it, and we just place them on the corners of the swimming pool. But I always add GANs water mixed in the water. But you have to find the ratio and the balance yourself.
GANS water, not the actual ganses like poured into the pool.
No. I always only use GANs water, or I fill it up in the bottles that I don't even lose the GANS water or the ganses. But I always add GANS water to the water. And the water has to circulate.
That's good.
It's amazing when you jump in a swimming pool which carries the GANS waters, my God. But always remember what Mr. Keshe said. Don't only swim in it, you also have to drink the water, within and without. If you want them to work dynamic, you drink the water and you apply it to your skin always. And in the 3rd phase is the breathing system with CO2 and zinc to balance even to a higher level.
Christina says, I got to keep the pool water completely clean with 2 CO2s and 2 nut-sized shungites and a bit of CO2 GANS water inside. I run the water test and it's completely clear to drink.
Shungite mixed with the plasma water would actually be very good, because the shungite and its molecular properties would actually amplify it.
If she can make a documentation about this and post it on Wiki, it will be very nice, because that also can support not only your swimming pools, but contaminated waters in your surroundings that you know of.
She says she's got some photos on Facebook. If you want to share the link, or you could even share the photos if you like. If it's your photos and there's no copyrights, then we could share them with your permission. Would you like to do that, Christina? Or you could just put the link in. Well, if you'd like to share, then what you can do is prepare one or more of the pictures to have them ready to show, to have the window actually open with the picture. And then you can go to the green share button on your Zoom meeting and click that, and then click the window that you want to share with your photo in it, and follow through on that, and we should be able to see it. And I might have to allow it somehow here, I think. I think we don't have to allow it. I think all the panelists can do that. So if you can find the button and find your pictures, then let me know and we can follow through on that. Might be interesting to see. She says it shows wonderful structures like snowflakes on the top. I see you found your button. Then we see, now see, it's better to just show your picture, the window of your picture rather than your whole desktop here, but it's not mission critical, so we're okay on that. For future reference, you're better off not showing your desktop, but just showing the picture that, just sharing the picture that you wish to share. Okay, so let's have a good look here. We see a pool. Not able to hear you if you're trying to talk there through this.
Hi, everyone. So, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
So that was about a week after I prepared this water. And it really looks like snowflakes. And this is ash. We had a bushfire here. So the next day, we just had this ash in the pool. This was my experiment before. I would put the same sort of water in the pool. I just bought a small pool and see if it works. So I don't have to put chlorine inside. So this is actually ash. And this is about a week after. And this is a month after. Let's see. It's just a bit less. So all the bugs and everything, all the matter is actually, all the organic matter is it's just not breaking down. Or if it's breaking down, it becomes like dust. bugs, leaves, anything just falls down. Now you can see on the bottom, it's just like dark particles. So yeah, it's quite extraordinary. And now my next thing was to actually make it warm. So to have a nice and warm pool in the cold days and hot pool, and and a cool pool in the warm days. Yeah, and I'll put this on Facebook if you would like me to share some. This is beautiful.
Very interesting. How big is the pool? It's maybe 2 meters or something?
Yeah, about like that, yeah. It's a small kids pool. And then I was thinking I'll put it in the big pool. But it was just a cup of GANS water, so it's just CO2 here and 2 shungites. That's all it was. 1 bottle, full bottle of CO2 GANS, 1 of half CO2 GANS, and 2 shungites, and a cup of just the same CO2 water in the water. That was it.
Can you give a picture of the shungite you're talking about for people who don't know how they look?
It's just, that's it. It's just like 2 stones, 2 black stones, like very hard coal. There you go. That's probably a better one.
Where do you get it from?
Or any, gemstone shop. I just watched on Reddit from someone else on Facebook that they use shungite, and I actually never tried it just with CO2. I put the shungite in because of the EMF. I said, okay, I'll create a whole environment that is EMF free, and I'll just do it in the pool. And the palm tree close to it is growing gigantic leaves. Now I'm starting to water the plants with this. Let's see what happens. Because it's basically CO2 and it's like crystal clear water. So I haven't used the pump. If I put the pump in, we have completely clear water. And it's enough if we use just a normal pump with, let's say, a filter of sand. That's enough. Thank you. And thank you for the tips. I was looking for that Jackie's plasma feeding. It was exactly because of that, to create some more plasma feeding units and take them to schools. So the kids don't need to eat so much rubbish. And yeah, when he said that, but I don't know, I contacted him and I haven't received an answer yet to see what are actually the results, because he said that there's quite intense and you go through quite some emotional, unbalance or something like that, more like to adjust to that intensity. But it would be wonderful if it works, because I've got all the GANSes and I was wondering if I start using the copper coils.
You can take it, you can even take it to a different field. Pardon. Try it yourself. It was given, it's quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
If you place a drop of CH3, a drop of CO2, and a drop of zinc with the GANS in it, not only the plasma water. You can do it with and you can do it without, but preferably that there are a little small amount of particles of the GANS with it. You place them in the palm of your hand, you close your hands, and you let the GANs to evaporate or take time to, that's why I say 1 drop. And then you rub your hand, and then you go outside and you open your hand, and you simply stand in the position where you wish to receive, to balance yourself from the universe. And that's a direct calling up on the source, which is passing by you anyway so freely. But because of the creation of the 3 ganses, you are intensifying the request and the field strength to receive. And you only need 1 drop.
Would you mind repeating that again? So CH3, a drop of CH3.
CH3, 1 drop. Zinc, 1 drop. Zinc, 1 drop in the palm of your hand. And you cover one hand, you know, like you make like a bowl. And you give the GANs the time to, it will dry because of the warmth of your hand. Then you close your hand and you rub from one palm to the other. And then you go outside, you open your hands and you stand, you know, like you're going to receive an offer. And you focus in the wish to receive, to balance your body with whatever you need. And that shall receive, and you already receive before you even ask.
Oh,
but you're receiving from the universe, because this is the field strength which is continuously there as a source. It's just you're tapping into it from a different way, and it feeds you, but on a totally different level, and not through the matter state of using the food tower. You go direct into the field strength.
Even better. Beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you want to go with what Jackie brought before, is you sit with the food system, the way you set it up, and let's say you start with an apple or something that gives you the pleasure. It can be an orange, can be a lemon, that you can distinguish very good what you have placed in the middle, that you can, by focusing and opening yourself to request, you can feel and taste the apple in your mouth. That is then literally using yourself that you can receive when you set it up like a food tower. But if you just place the apple in the middle of the table or on a plate, that's the way you can feed yourself from the field strength, from whatever you position in front of you to receive, by wishing for it, to receive it. Because you're the GANs, you're the universe within yourself. So you have everything what you have made in a matter state is already existing within you. So it's just, you never ask for it. How can you receive if you don't call upon it? That's the real feeding system. And then if you want to test it further, because that was the whole experience or experiment, was you have 4 or 5 friends and each one puts something on the table, and then with working together in the wish to receive, they do not reveal what they have put on the table. So you focus 1 to 1 to go from one to the other one to see if you can pick up the field strength what was placed in the middle of the table. And then later on, or within the way you're working together, you can then identify how much you're tuned in to this kind of experience, the recognition of what was on the table placed with each one of you, and how you can pick it up. Maybe it might not work the first time, but you will develop that way of feeding yourself. And then you can start even expanding on having a full meal without having actually to touch any food. That's the way it's done.
Thank you. That was, first I was thinking I'll train myself because I did try with the Ganses, and because of we still love chocolates and certain things. But ultimately, if we can get that, if the body is already satisfied, then we do not crave food anymore.
You have to go through a very slow stage. You can change your whole physical body within 6 months. To go from a normal human consuming, drinking, to absolutely no more. But then you have to also realize when you go into that complete stage, Mr. Keshe said you will have no more mouth. Your physicality will change as well if you go into that complete direction. The reason why it was held back to go any further was that people didn't want to go into that stage of development because you change. It came yesterday on the table when the girl wanted to play harp. She adjusted her whole body to be able to handle such a huge instrument as such a small child. So she changed her whole physicality to adjust to be able to play the harp. This will happen the same way if you go in full for non-feeding. So if you still want to stay here a little bit attached to and not go fully, try to find the right balance. But if you go fully for it, it's your choice. But a lot have held back because they felt the disconnecting with what we are here now and how we function. The fear is holding us back.
Well, we would become plasma people.
This is Moshek. If I may add something to it, you can do these experiments without GANs even. And I have done with plasma water and without GANs or anything. Mr. Keshe talks about it a little bit in some of the Knowledge Seekers workshop. The easy one to try is the drinking part. It requires at least for me, this is my personal experience, so I'll just start with that. One has to stand fairly straight, and then you adjust your breathing and the axis of your upper torso. And then at a certain point, you'll notice that, if you have thirst, your thirst will start to diminish. And initially it will be kind of like coming in flickers, sort of like, if I can call it that. And then once you kind of have some idea of it, then you can see that if you focus on it, and the breathing is not something you say, okay, you breathe at this rate or that rate. It is something that you just tune into. It's kind of like playing music. And as the breathing settles, you'll see that your thirst starts diminishing. The approach to food is similar, but starting with drinks I found it to be easier. And the more difficult part, I think, is not so much being able to do it, but the more difficult part is the social pressure. If you live with other people, it's actually, if you start eating a lot less, and noticeably, let's say less, then there is a pressure, because there is this emotional satisfaction that goes with food, which most people think that you're weird or something along that line. So This is something, as Carolina was pointing out, we may not be completely ready for it, and it's in my surrounding, at least I noticed that there is tremendous amount of pressure. Let's say I eat half the amount I used to before. I mean, my physical weight has not changed. And still, there is community. I mean, I hear every day from relatives, not just in my own house, but other people that, I mean, I'm skinny to start with, but my weight has not changed, but still the pressure is very high. So this is something can be done, and I don't push it too far because I think that I need my mouth to just, defend my territory, so to speak. But there are social and emotional component associated with it, which, in my opinion, both from within oneself and people around us, is strong. So it takes a bit of discipline to go through it, but I think it can be done. I haven't gone all the way, but I can tell you this part, that I really don't get hungry before any meal anymore. So it's possible, but to do completely, I'm sure, but I think at this point, I think at the stage where I am and how I am, I don't think, considering what's around me, it will be a bit jarring, to put it mildly, to head this route. Yeah, did I make sense, or is it kind of like a little too guru-ish?
Thank you. And I think even if to reach a stage just like the animals and the plants around us, that we do not depend constantly on food. It's not that you completely, because it's also, we are here in this world to actually taste it and enjoy it, and it is the way it is. Otherwise, we would be in different places. But to not be so bound by food the way we are, like eating 3 times a day and so on and so on. So just to have more freedom. Thank you all.
Also, please remember, you don't need to give your plants the GANS water. By simply placing the GANS in bottles around in your garden, you already create the field strength for them to absorb. So you don't need to lose your plasma waters.
I use it more as a ritual or something like that, to actually connect with the plants. It's not like I go with a big bucket. I just go with a small bucket, but it's more that to connect with them and that they receive it, because they are beings just like us. So it's more that sort of giving. And yeah, but thank you. Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anything else, Rick? I see you're so concentrated.
I was trying to come up with something else and still looking for Hadil, and wondering if he's going to show up or not with some sort of presentation, and don't see him here yet. He's on standby waiting to translate, but I'm not sure. I got a message that I sent to him and a message back, and I think he's trying to connect. I sent him a link, but I don't know if that's going to work this workshop or maybe next time around. Alper has, I think, something he wanted to show. I'm just looking back at some of the previous things here. Okay, let's, Alper's got some plants to show. Let me get it lined up here, Alper.
I have an easel, but I actually need a cameraman. This was, I left this for about a week, and I changed this position just today. Every Tuesday is my reconfiguration day. And if it becomes something significant, I may have, you know, excitement to show it. And this is one of it. I think I put seeds in it, really old ones, like 3-4 years old, and normal water, nothing, no guns in it, and just placing. I have a photo of it. It was placed accordingly in relation to its shape, and the middle one is not actually in the middle, but it well looks like a bird. That is beautiful, to my understanding. The reason I put this one, because it was my previous experiment. I have videos for it. It has grown into its, really, it's beautiful. There is no word to describe it. You see the tentacles, it focuses in towards, it follows the light, it follows the energy, it follows towards, in totality, the plasmatic creations. It may be a joy, it may be a person is very happy, and continue being happy, it will turn towards you. This is that kind of plant I found. It's full of water, like us. It's liquid. I don't know how many percentage of it has the DNA like us, but and these are the really happy things happen. But going back to Rick's question in the beginning, asking how we could turn the balls without actually using the motors. But it comes to a point where we have this threshold where we really don't need the motors, and because we could actually have this vortex within us and apply this vortex to be able to understand any other creations. And the reason I'm calling it vortex, it's because that's what it, I'm not a mathematician or physician or a scientist. I call myself backyard scientist. The understanding, the feeling came to this vortex feeling, that it increases or decreases, or it stretches up, or it decreases, it feels towards the understanding of other fields. Maybe we could control the spacecraft with our thoughts, maybe with mechanical arms, but it would still has to decrease or increase of the vortex of the understanding, which means it either has to focus of the whole totality of the understanding at one point, or stretches out and spreads its understanding accordingly. And what we want to control it in mechanically, or if ever we were in such a UFO craft, how would we control it? And I came up with the idea like a gyroscope, as it would move within our palm, whether with these two
I'm trying to stabilize it as much as I can. I know you hate it, Rick. I have an easel. If you let me just place it, I'd like to demonstrate it quickly. So, just sorry, the focus is on towards this. So, yeah. And what I'd like to do is, I'm not looking at the camera at the moment. If I'm covering anything else, just warn me. By holding these two magnets, as they could be moved mechanically or without thoughts, as they represent as a model of its understanding. That's what I'm trying to come up with. Because if you understand the model of it as it's applied on the plasma, we could make different inventions out of that. What I wanted to do is, by moving this, stretching it, up and down, I realized I actually stretch the frequency of the matter state or plasmatic state is increases. So if I go down, it focuses down to a point where it's just tiny spectacle. It makes a difference out of the sound. Very little to my understanding. Maybe the oh, that's fine. Okay. So what I thought was, if we were into a spacecraft, how would we control the strength of anything really with our thoughts and bringing down to a simplified understanding? I thought maybe if we could control of the certain vortex that is happening and applying with itself with other vortexes, like we are very used to, very familiar with the field understanding. And maybe one of them is the key of the stretching and controlling and applying a totally different meaning, because that is what I have found so far. By thinking of the same thing has never given me the result of what I was wondering. Thinking something completely else out of the picture has given me the understanding of what I was doing. This is very difficult to understand because you need to experience it really. How I can give you the examples of it. Astronomers were looking at the stars, seeing the colors, but someone came up and saying, oh yeah, it's not just looking and observing. Understanding the strengths of the colors would give you the composition of the material within itself. So do you know what I mean? Like that the person was totally coming from somewhere else. And with our understanding, we need to totally accept and enhance our starship configuration and where it and how it applies and how the vortex, like the lightest to the heavier, and we need to spark like the heavier to be able to get it going by all itself. We need to be able to come to a point where we need to really understand all this to play around, and then we suddenly see I mean, I'm not talking about paranormal things. I'm talking about the things that I see around me by the effect of the plasma, first of all, the plants, they love it. They just certainly are there to apply for and certainly comply with everything with themselves, which is an effort of the plant. It's not just by happening out of nowhere. Plant realizes, and you saw this is the first time I've seen many formations, but this kind of formation I have seen for the first time, to me very significant, because I killed many plants by forcing them, and in the end it gave, the result gave me a little bird in the middle saying, okay, don't kill me anymore, kind of. This is all my understanding. Yeah, that's about it really. I mean, I can go on and on, but Sparklight, as Carolina said, is very important. How we're going to move the spacecraft is moving the stretches of the balances in between those, the vortexes. We have created coils, but those coils have certain understanding. It doesn't initiate by itself. That's what we need. We need something has its own mind, or to increase the potential of the nanocoding to have its own mind. So
well,
that
it's interesting that earlier today I ran across a statement from Mr. Keshe about the coils and about the gap between the coils being so important. And he was saying to not close up the gap with too much GANs coated on the coils, because that'll create a tube, and you don't want to create a tube that you want to have the gap in there. So you're a little
in fact, you need to shake it like a carpet.
In a way, your invention here is a way to adjust the gap. That's exactly what you're doing, is adjusting the gap in the coil when you collapse it and expand it.
Absolutely, totally a model of the understanding. This is not an actual technical blueprint of it, but it's a model that I adapted of the understanding, but you understood it. I'm so happy, thank you. Yeah, that's how it goes. Simply us as we are imagining, I'm so sorry, oh, camera failed.
Tripod, you need a tripod.
That was my tripod, broken. Anyway, okay, I just hold it with one side of it. I mean, it really applies it. I don't know what that means. Even with a weak understanding of it, you could apply it, or you don't need the polarity of it, or what you need to do is just to get the right understanding. Do you know what I mean? There's a threshold here. If you pull it too much up, and if you go too fast, it's like without controlling your parachute and you're jumping out of the, you know where your boundaries are. And maybe that is what it is. Very simple, basic understanding applies it, but we just need to get that little threshold to see everything this way. So what means on an example, we can expand or do the opposite with our nerves when we're approaching electrical field, and apply emotional field on towards that, and then with your intelligence compare with both of two to give the best result of that. There are very many aspects of us, so that we should realize it, but the best thing is we're really a tube. one portion goes in and one portion goes out, and how we process it in the middle is really limited. How we can go out of that is unlimited. It's just for, I realize it's just for us, really. I mean, I have cat, dogs. They can expand as much as I can expand. Maybe they see more things. Maybe they are the detector of the paranormal. No matter what they see, they expand however much I expand. So there is this threshold that we hold. We can control it as it's down to this example. That's how I see it. That's my model. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye.
Thank you, Alper. As always, put my video back on here. There we go. Yeah, so, okay, thanks, Alper. Anyone else like to come forward? Oh, I see we have another guest here, which is someone I've been looking for. Just bring them in as panelists. Is it Hadil or Igar? Which do you go by? Guy, can you help introducing, I think it's Hadil, but I'm not sure. He's written his name the other way around, so I'm not sure which way it goes.
Hello, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me talk to Adil. Salut, Adil.
Salut.
Moi, mon nom, c'est Guy. Est-ce qu'on doit t'appeler Igar ou Adil?
Adil.
Adil, oh, bienvenue, Adil. Rick t'attendait. Si tu veux faire ta présentation, je vais t'aider à faire la traduction.
D'accord. Alors, ce que je peux présenter pour aujourd'hui, c'est déjà ce qu'on fait en France.
What he's going to present today is what they already do in France.
Okay, yeah, that would be wonderful. Is there anything, can he do a share? Does he know how to do that? And
Adil, est-ce que tu as déjà partagé avant? Est-ce que tu sais comment faire?
Oui, je sais comment ça fonctionne. Je suis enseignant.
Ah, tu es enseignant. Alors, si tu veux faire ta présentation, tu peux commencer quand tu veux. So I said, Rick, I said if he wants to do his presentation, he can start whenever. He says he's a teacher. He knows how to do it, I guess.
Great. Okay, excellent. Well, I guess take it away, Hadil. Thank you very much for coming into the show here, and I'd like to see what you have to present.
Alors, merci Adil. Et c'est à ton tour. Vas-y.
D'accord. Alors, on a mis en place en France, on a mis un groupe Plasma Reactor comme ici, mais un peu moins bien, on va dire. Et
vas-y.
Et donc, je vais chercher des photos pour vous montrer une expérience que j'avais réalisée.
Okay. Adil was saying that they got a group basically like this one here in France, but maybe not as nice as this one. And he's going to go and pick up his pictures and do his presentation in shortly.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Guy.
Hello, Guy. Good evening. Good morning. Where is Hadil situated in France, please?
Bonjour Adil. Caroline demande, c'est où est-ce que tu es situé en France?
Alors, au sud-ouest, c'est dans le nord de la France.
Dans le sud-ouest de la France?
Oui.
Southwest of France.
C'est quelle
région?
Agen.
D'Alsace. Alsace?
Non, Bordeaux.
Bordeaux.
Oui.
C'est où est-ce qu'elle bien vin?
Je n'ai pas compris.
J'ai dit, ça c'est où ce que vous produisez les bons vins rouges? Bordeaux.
Oui, c'est ça.
Alors, la viticulture.
Est-ce que vous voyez la photo? Guy?
Oui. J'ai pas compris.
Vous voyez la photo?
Oui.
Oui.
Ok. Alors en fait, il y a un bac avec de l'eau distillée.
Yeah, this is a container with distilled water.
Avec deux réacteurs double cœur.
With 2 reactors double cores.
Alors, dedans, il y a du CH3.
There's CH3. You're talking, tu parles à l'intérieur de la boule à l'intérieur ou la deuxième?
En fait, ils sont inversés. Donc, en fait, il y a du CH3 et des acides aminés. Et après, c'est inversé dans l'autre. C'est acide aminé, CH3.
Okay. In one ball, he's got amino acids and CH3, and the other one is reverse CH3 and amino acids. It's double core, so basically, I guess one on the inside, the core would have CH3, and the other one would have amino acids. If I got it right.
Voilà. Et j'ai rajouté un cheveu dans chaque réacteur pour la connexion émotionnelle.
Okay. And he says that he added up hairs, one hair in, I'm not sure if it's in both balls to do the emotional connection there. Let me ask him.
He has put a single hair in each one for the emotional connection. But, Monsieur Adil, vous avez mis le même amont de CH3 dans les deux réacteurs ou ils sont différents à l'intérieur des mesures?
Les mesures sont différentes. Il y a la balle qui est à gauche sur la photo est plus légère que la balle à droite.
Okay, can you translate, please?
Yes, he says that the ball on the left is lighter than the ball on the right, so there's different amount of material in them. Yeah.
Ok. Alors, mon souhait, c'était que les balles se rapprochent.
His wish was that the balls would get closer together.
Ok. Alors, je vais vous montrer deux autres photos maintenant.
He will show us two more pictures now.
Alors, je travaille sur la technologie depuis 2015.
Adil says he's working on the technology since 2015.
Voilà, là, c'est 1 ou 2 jours après, elles ont commencé à se rapprocher.
On this picture, he says it's 1 or 2 days afterward, and they already started to get closer together.
Alors. Désolé pour le téléphone. Voilà. Et là, c'est en moins d'une semaine.
This picture has been taken in less than a week afterwards. So here we can see that the two balls are touching each other, and it went along his wishes.
Voilà. Alors, j'ai séparé les boules et j'ai refait cette expérience 3 fois. Et à chaque fois, j'ai eu le même résultat.
Adil said that he did that experiment 3 times. He separated the balls, did the experiment 3 times, and it reproduced the same exact results 3 times in a row.
Can you ask him if he has any type of scientific meter to measure anything?
Adil, j'ai une question pour toi. Peter ici demande si tu as un instrument pour pouvoir lire le champ magnétique ou détecteur de champ.
Non.
No, Peter, he doesn't have a detector, a magnetic field detector.
Because the one thing that I was thinking that, and it can closely go better, and if it's repeating itself, it could be something, but also because that coil or the geometric there on the bottom, and plus the bin itself on a table that gets things moved and touched across it, it could actually be just the charge buildup statically. So a meter of something would be able to differentiate.
Adil, Peter commentait que le fait d'avoir un lecteur pourrait t'aider à savoir si le phénomène est par les champs magnétiques ou si c'est à cause de, ça pourrait être peut-être juste la statique ou d'autres phénomènes qui seraient en relation avec ce qui se passe. Son intention, je crois, en posant la question, était de que ça clarifierait c'est quoi exactement qui se passe.
Le champ electrostatic, like with school, like a cat in glass.
Like what? Can you say that again?
Electrostatic, I think he's saying.
Yeah, okay.
So it could be electrostatic forces that pull them together. What I would consider is, has he done a test of setting intention to have the balls move apart rather than together? And does that...
Yeah, that's a good question. Adil, la question que Rick demande, c'est est-ce que tu as fait l'expérimentation de les séparer au lieu de les unir?
Avec intention, non, j'ai pas essayé.
Ça serait une bonne idée?
Oui.
I don't think it's electrostatic because this ball is in the water in this container.
Even a ball moving around in water, the friction of the water on the surface of the ball creates electrostatic. That's why you'd put anti-fouling paints and stuff on the bottom of your boat, because it reduces your drag as well as reduce the growth on the bottom of it.
I got another question, please. How long does it take before the balls are actually joining one another? The time span, please.
Caroline demande combien de temps ça a pris avant que les deux balles se rejoignent, qu'ils s'unissent.
Ça a pris un peu moins d'une semaine, ça a peut-être pris 5 jours.
Yeah. Caroline, he says that it took him less than a week, maybe 5 days.
Okay, thanks. Because that means, or it shows that there is no influence from external.
Caroline dit que ça démontre qu'il n'y a pas de relation avec l'extérieur.
Oui, en fait, c'était posé sur une table et dans le garage, donc c'était à l'abri du vent et à l'abri des possibles perturbations. Il n'y avait pas de...
Oui, ça c'est la preuve qu'il n'y a aucune chose qui fait l'influence si ça te prendrait 5 jours pour arriver.
Pour y arriver, oui. Let me translate this in English. He says that he put it in the garage and is not exposed. This is not exposed to the elements. It's put on a table. It's insulated basically from the table itself. And there's not supposed to be anything influencing it. Très intéressant, Adil.
Oui, c'est ça.
Does anybody have any more questions?
Vous avez encore des autres expériments?
Oui, j'ai une autre expérimentation à vous parler, si ça vous intéresse.
Absolument. Ça nous intéresse.
Alors, par contre, là, j'ai pas de photo, donc je vais expliquer.
OK.
Et en fait,
sorry, he has another experiment he has done. He has no pictures, but he will explain it verbally. Allez-y.
D'accord. Alors, en fait, j'ai pris 2 ganses, un ganse de CO2 et un ganse de CuO.
He used 2 types of GANs. He used a type of the GANs of CO2 and the GANs of CuO.
Ah. Et j'ai pris un multimètre.
And he took a multimeter.
En position courant continu sur
open a whiteboard for a thing. A pris la blanche.
Je suis pas vraiment sûr d'avoir compris.
En fait, c'est un multimètre.
Écrivez sur la planche.
2000 pour 200 milliampères.
You use a multimeter on 200,000 est-ce que tu peux me dire encore c'est quoi le setting sur ton multimètre?
Alors, c'est le calibre 200 milliampères.
200,000 amperage.
Non, volts, désolé.
Oh, volts. Okay, 200,000 volts.
Volts or ohms, maybe?
Ohms, est-ce que tu parles de ohms ou des volts?
Ah, c'est
200,000 volts, c'est beaucoup.
non, c'est millivolts.
Millivolts. Oh, okay. So he's talking about millivolts. Yeah, 200,000 millivolts. That's the setting.
200,000 millivolts, so 200 volts he's talking about.
So, Rick dit 200 volts.
Attendez.
He says, just wait. He's gonna double check.
It's 1,000 millivolts would be a volt.
So 1,000 millivolts, so 1000 millivolts est 1 volt.
C'est sur 200 millivolts.
So 200 millivolts. That's what he's at.
Okay.
Okay.
Alors, ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est qu'il y a une tension entre les deux.
Il y avait beaucoup de bruit quand tu as parlé. Est-ce que tu peux répéter?
Alors, ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est qu'il y avait une tension entre les deux.
What he observed is that there was a tension between the two. Tu parles des deux balles.
Je parle de deux bocaux remplis de ganses.
Okay, he's talking about two containers full of GANs. So there was a tension between the two. Okay.
I think we'll make a picture on the whiteboard and then it'll be more clear in what we're talking about here. He can explain. Okay, so let me do a whiteboard.
Rick va faire un tableau blanc pour peut-être mieux expliquer ce qui se passe.
D'accord.
Okay. Set up here. So, saying we've got two containers of GANs. Is that what you're saying? Like,
oui.
Okay. Sorry.
La question, c'est est-ce que je parle de deux contenants avec du GANs dedans?
Oui, c'est ça. Il y a du GANs et de l'eau plasma.
Est-ce que c'est la même sorte de GANs dans les deux contenants?
Non, il y en a un, c'est du CO2.
Il y en a un, c'est quoi?
Du CO2.
One container would hold CO2 GANs. And et puis l'autre container?
CU.
CuO?
Oui, le gans de cuivre.
Yep, that's it. You got it, Rick.
I'm not drawing now, actually, so I'm not sure who's.
So
it might be Dan. Dan, are you drawing? Okay.
Okay.
I was going to, but Dan took over, so that's fine.
All right. So tu peux continuer, Adil.
So you've got a meter that's connecting. Each electrode is in each container.
Donc tu aurais des électrodes dans les deux contenants pour pouvoir tester?
Oui, c'est ça. J'ai mis une électrode dans chaque bac.
Okay. Yes, Rick, you put one electrode in each bucket.
Yeah.
Donc j'avais une tension qui s'affichait en millivolts.
He had a reading in millivolts.
Yeah, so let me show the what he's actually doing here. Like we've got a meter here. That's got a thingy on it. It's got some sort of doodad. And that's hooked up to this electrode and hooked up to that electrode. And you're saying this shows up to how many millivolts? 200 millivolts?
Oui.
Or is it the 200 millivolt scale, or is it 200 millivolts that are being shown on the meter?
OK. Il demande si le multimètre était à 200 millivolts ou est-ce que tu lisais que ça donnait le potentiel entre les deux 200 millivolts? Adil? Have we lost Adil?
You have the reactor or only water, plasma water in these two reactors? What kind of electrode you have then in?
What's the question, Dan? I didn't understand your question.
It's a question, what electrode you have inside of this box?
What electrode? I think he's saying that the electrodes from the meter were put in each one. So the probe from the meter.
Okay, thanks.
It's usually got a steel tip or chrome or stainless, depending.
Positive, negative, doesn't matter.
Ça n'a pas d'importance le plus et le moins là.
OK. Et puis, qu'est-ce que tu lisais sur ton... c'est quoi le potentiel que tu lisais sur ton multimètre?
J'avais une tension, mais après, là, je m'en souviens plus exactement ce que c'était comme tension. Et j'avais une tension entre les deux.
Okay. He doesn't remember exactly the number, but he had the tension between the two, that's for sure.
Yep, I've recorded that many years ago, actually, and other people have noticed that as well.
Yeah.
You can get a change sometimes by depending on how far the boxes are from each other, or if you're in between the boxes, or put your hand in between the boxes, or put your hand close to one of the boxes, that can change the voltage as well.
Okay. Let me translate this. Adil? Rick, il dit que le phénomène avait été observé depuis quelques années. Il suggérait aussi que si tu mets ta main entre les deux bacs ou si tu te positionnes toi-même entre les deux bacs ou si tu rapproches les deux bacs ou que si tu les éloignes l'un de l'autre, que probablement le potentiel diminuerait ou augmenterait ou changerait d'une façon ou d'une autre.
Oui, c'est ça. En fait, moi, ce que j'ai observé, c'est que quand on est immobile à côté des deux bacs, la tension se stabilise. Et quand on sort du champ des deux bacs, la tension varie. Et ça nous permet de voir le rayonnement.
OK, laisse-moi traduire. He says that he did the experiment. He saw the same thing that you saw, Rick. he says that when he's standing nearby the two buckets, it does stabilize the reading. And then when he pulls out away from the buckets, then the meter actually does change. And then you can see, comparing you being there close by or away, you can see how the two buckets interact with each other by, you know, considering being there and not being there.
Exactly. Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Where is the boundary here?
Ça nous montre bien les boundaries. Comment on dit ça?
Limits?
Je me souviens, les limites du champ. Yeah. Merci. Thanks, Rick, to remind me my French.
Oui, voilà, c'est ça. Ça me permettait de voir les distances des champs et aussi de voir à partir de quand mon champ commence à entrer en interaction avec le champ des deux bocaux.
Mm-hmm. Yes. He says that it kind of helped him to realize when, just by getting closer and closer, when his own field, his body field, start interacting with the two buckets, and then get it from there, you know, and start learning from there.
Yep, Guy and I have done similar experiments with the plasma ball and the sensing the fields that come out of a plasma ball and when your body's in between.
Hello?
We
Hi,
got it.
Go ahead, Caroline.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting interrupted by a call coming in. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Adil,
oui.
Rick disait à l'instant que moi et Rick, voilà quelques années de ça, on a fait les mêmes expérimentations, peut-être pas avec des buckets, par exemple, on a fait avec plus des réacteurs ronds, probablement des balles de ping-pong, je ne me souviens plus vraiment, mais on avait fait quelques expérimentations là-dessus, on avait réalisé pas mal la même chose aussi. Do you want to say something else about that, Rick?
Well, just that we measured the fields, Guy, remember, with the little crystal radio setup. And yeah, you can hear the fields then, the change in the fields. And you could do something similar. Instead of a meter hooked up here, you could actually hook up the two leads into a circuit that plugs into the sound port of your computer and listen to the changes that occur when you get close to the GANs containers. You could say that to him.
Yeah, Adil, l'expérimentation qu'on avait fait, on l'avait fait avec un détecteur, mais le détecteur était connecté avec des antennes, connectées avec un ordinateur qui nous permettait d'entendre le chant ou l'interaction des chants. Au lieu de regarder un aiguille, on entendait complètement le potentiel de différence avec les sons. C'était très intéressant. C'est une expérimentation que Rick peut parler plus longtemps si tu es intéressé à savoir.
Oui, ça m'intéresse, mais je peux vous présenter une dernière chose?
Yes. Vas-y, Adil.
Alors en fait, j'ai fait une expérience avec le Magrave et j'ai mis donc toujours le multimètre sur les entrées-sorties du Magrave. OK.
Laisse-moi traduire. Il veut parler d'une autre expérimentation. Celle-ci était, il a collecté une unité magrave. Oh, je parle en français. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm confused between the French and English now.
That's the
yeah.
dilemma. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting in between the two now. Anyway, but he says that he was actually he would like to talk about another experiment, and this time he connected to a MAGRAV unit, and I'm gonna let him say it again because I kind of forgot some details about it. He says that he did connect his MAGRAV unit, but here I'm gonna let him explain it again. Est-ce que tu peux répéter, Adil, te connecter ton unité MAGRAV?
Oui, en fait, j'ai connecté, vous savez, il y a 3 étages sur le MAGRAV, et en bas, on a l'entrée en gravitationnel, et on a la sortie en haut en magnétique.
OK.
J'ai branché... Oui.
OK, laisse-moi traduire. He connected to a MAGRAV unit, and as everybody knows, there's 3 stackers right on top of each other. He says he connected to the bottom stacker, which is the gravitational, and connected the other end to the top one, which is the magnetical. OK, Adil?
OK. Et je les ai branchés au multimètre. Et j'avais une tension sur le multimètre.
Okay.
Alors,
and then he branched it to the multimeter, and then there was a tension on the multimeter. Okay.
Okay. Alors, ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est que quand on met un doigt sur le MAGRAV, la tension change.
Okay. So what he saw was that when he put a finger on the MAGRAV unit, the tension changed.
Ok, bon, le plus intéressant arrive. Quand on émet une émotion positive, la tension augmente, et quand on émet une pensée ou une émotion négative, la tension abaisse.
Ah, très intéressant. And then he said, I find it quite interesting. He says that when he had a positive emotion, the tension rised. And when he had a negative emotion, the tension lowered.
Oui, et donc ça, pareil, j'ai essayé plusieurs fois et j'ai remarqué que le rire était une bonne énergie.
Tu ferais monter le multimètre, ça change les paramètres plus vers le haut.
Comment?
Ça changerait le lecteur sur le multimètre, ça changerait les indications en montant avec le rire?
Oui, c'est ça. Quand on rigole, c'est une émotion qui est assez haute, ça fait varier la tension sur le multimètre.
Mm-hmm. So what he says that when he's using the emotion of a laughter, that immediately on the multimeter you can see the needles rising or the numbers rising. Did anybody saw that before, or did anybody talk about that before? It's the first time ever I heard that.
Yes, it's quite interesting. It makes sense in many ways. If you look at the way, for example, what they call a truth meter, lie detector works, is similar. The way the body responds, our fields change if we lie or if we tell the truth or if we're in different emotional states. So that would be a great experiment to record and a great video to record if he could do that. You might suggest.
Adil?
Oui.
Rick, il dit, tu sais, les détecteurs de mensonges, ça fonctionne un peu pareil. C'est avec la connexion électrique de ton corps, qu'est-ce qui passe pas sur un détecteur de mensonges, l'aiguille va monter ou descendre. C'est un peu semblable, un peu comme concept, mais ton expérimentation, Rick dit que c'est très intéressant. En fait, on a tous parlé un peu de ça, de choses similaires, mais de ce que tu parles, c'est original. Ça devrait être discuté. Peut-être même prendre des vidéos, peut-être mieux démontrer de quoi tu parles.
D'accord. Alors, j'ai poussé la réflexion plus loin et en fait, si on arrive à comprendre que avec l'intention ou l'émotion, on arrive à créer un champ qui peut rentrer en interaction avec le magrave, on peut comprendre que tout est connecté et tout est lié dans l'univers. Ça veut dire que quand nous, on va dégager une émotion, on va tout chambouler l'univers pour que l'équilibre puisse revenir.
Mm-hmm. Je vais traduire. So that the point that reasoning with what we just kind of talked about here, Adil was saying that it makes us realize that we are connected with the whole around us, that our emotional, mental state actually do interfere with whatever we do. So we got to be mindful about that. And when we do experiment, the fact that we are very positive may induce a stronger field, or depending of your emotion, a weaker field. If that could be demonstrated, I don't know, but this is basically the gist of what he was talking about here.
Yes, imagine how hard it is to do government trials under that. Under those conditions. Depends who's doing the trials then, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe a judge would need something like that. Maybe that could be used in justice somehow. I don't know.
But maybe we can have more objective ways. So that's why I try to create a detector for like this, for example. And we're talking about a probe in the water. Well, this is the water here. There's a nano-coated wire inside, and the wire goes up, and I can attach with a standard plug into the tube. And now I've got a sensor. And you hook this up to a circuit like a crystal radio circuit or an amplifier, and you can actually hear what the nano-coated wire hears inside of this liquid. So for example, if I put my hand around it, then that changes the fields around that wire and around the water, and it can detect those changes. Or you could put this inside of your GANs container, for example. If you had one in one container, one in the other container, then it would be part of the sensor apparatus, and you can hook the other end up to the computer or some other sound amplifier to be able to hear any changes in the fields that might occur. So it's another way of approaching that idea, how we can hear or how we can interact with the fields.
How did you make these sensors again?
This one here. It's a piece of very fine, what do you call it, multi-strand wire, lots of strands to it. It's actually, I think it's about a 12 or 10 gauge wire, 12 gauge wire used for stereos. And I nano-coated the wire by exposing it to caustic vapor and turned it black. And then I hooked it up to a simple jack for, let's it's connected inside here to the little jack for radio plug like this, or a phono plug they call it. And that plugs in there, and you plug the same in the other end into your computer, and through a sound application that amplifies the sound and modifies it, you could actually might be able to use it as an antenna for picking up a radio station or picking up other fields, depending on different things, the length of it and how it interacts with the fluid, whether it's a insulator fluid, like distilled water is one of the best insulators actually, but salt water is actually a very good conductor. So depending on the salt solution would change the way this would interact quite a bit.
Hey, Rick, why don't you just make a bunch, put them in a star formation, and then hook them up to an amplifier, and you got yourself a teleporter.
Maybe. Might be that simple.
I did.
Few of them hooked, but yeah, that's a good idea actually, to have an array. I had considered putting several in succession, with each with their own circuit, because each circuit's going to have slight idiosyncrasies to it, slightly different tuning variables. And if you have three of them all hooked up together and you listen to them all at once, then they'll all pick up little variances here and there. And sometimes they'll resonate together, and sometimes they'll be separate circuits doing whole separate duties, you might say. So that's possible. Yep.
Let me see if I can connect back to Adil here.
Yeah, I've had a lot of English there, so I'll have to skip over some of that.
Adil?
Oui, je suis là.
Est-ce que tu as vu le vidéo avec Rick qui démontrait son senseur?
Non, non, j'ai pas vu la vidéo.
Ah, ok, c'est pas si grave. Mais, ce que Rick parlait, voilà quelques instants, il parlait de un sensor qu'il a fait lui-même avec des fils de cuivre nano-coatés. Et je ne sais pas si tu peux cliquer sur l'image de Rick, tu vas voir sa figure avec la caméra. Il est en train de montrer son petit appareil. Yeah. Show it, Rick. Est-ce que tu vois? Est-ce que tu peux voir?
Oui, je l'ai vu.
Ah. C'est ça qui est connecté. Ce fil-là est connecté avec un autre fil qui va à son ordinateur, qui est connecté avec un programme spécial pour pouvoir entendre l'interaction magnétique. C'est l'approche que Rick avait essayé pour amplifier son sensor. J'ai pas tout poigné la discussion, là, mais c'est à peu près ce que j'ai compris.
D'accord. Et est-ce que ça serait possible de faire la même chose avec un magrave pour voir si on n'entendrait pas des voix comme ils ont entendu en Chine, par exemple?
The question Adil has, Rick, is that it's one of those sensors. Did it ever been used on a magrav unit, so we can maybe hear voices like they did in China through the magrav unit? I'm not sure.
That may be possible depending on the tuning. When I was listening to the magrav, it was giving off different kind of growly noises. And of course, the 60 cycle hum is there as well, but it has its own fields that you can hear through the crystal radio circuit. Yes.
Adil, quand Rick a fait l'expérimentation, il a entendu beaucoup de sons, mais pas nécessairement des voix, dépendant de l'ajustement, dépendant de comment tu fais le tuning. C'est quoi qu'il disait aussi. C'est I forgot one part of what you said, Rick. Just give me a sec. Quand il l'a connecté après l'ordinateur, il peut faire du tuning un peu pour pouvoir changer les paramètres un peu, mais il n'a jamais entendu de son nécessairement de voix. But you did hear some music, no, Rick? Can you not hear some radio for that?
Yeah, definitely. Depending on what you're listening to and what's around that gets absorbing the fields and retransmitting the fields and so on.
Even the lightning bolt, no?
Pardon me?
The lightning bolt, no? Something like
that's part of it too. I mean, with a well-tuned crystal radio circuit, you can hear a storm coming, lightning bolts. I can hear a light switch on the other end of the house. When the light switch is turned on, it'll sound like a lightning bolt coming through the radio system. When it's tuned properly, it's that sensitive to sparks from 10, 20 meters away, basically.
And it's an idea from Tesla, eh?
Yeah, I mean, Tesla, that's what one of his main preoccupations was in the early days, and especially in the Colorado experiments. And he would listen to lightning storms coming from up to 1,000 miles away. He would be able to hear the lightning, and he named them because he loved to hear lightning, and each one was individual to him, like a unique individual. He would name them after Greek gods and that kind of thing.
Let me translate this to Adil. Adil?
Oui, je suis là.
Tu connais Nikola Tesla, bien sûr, hein?
Oui.
L'idée que Rick avait eue, lui a été inspiré de Nikola Tesla, a développé son senseur avec l'idée de Tesla. Tesla faisait ça. Tesla aimait beaucoup écouter l'environnement avec ça. Pouvait entendre le tonnerre à des milliers de kilomètres de distance. Comme Eric disait, il aimait appeler chaque bruit, chaque son de tonnerre avec un nom propre. Tesla adorait faire ce petit jeu-là. C'est juste un senseur qui pourrait aider probablement à amplifier la sensibilité pour capter le potentiel. C'est une idée. Est-ce que toi-même, est-ce que tu as une idée ou des questions que tu aimerais poser à Eric ou à n'importe qui d'autre?
Oui, j'ai une idée. Bon, là, ça va aller plus dans l'émotion. En fait, moi, ce que j'ai remarqué avec le Magrave, avec tous les autres aspects que j'ai pu remarquer, il y en a un que j'ai remarqué qui fait que le Magrave peut ressembler à une antenne. Donc, lui, il va capter les énergies ou les champs. Et on pourrait s'en servir comme un transmetteur. Et pour pouvoir régler les fréquences, on pourrait se servir des émotions et pour parler de la télépathie.
He says, Adil was mentioning that he has an idea of using the Magrav units like an antenna, and then using his own emotions as the tuning fork to be able to tune the Magrav unit to do whatever he will. Continue, Adil.
Alors, oui, comme si l'émotion, on pouvait trouver les fréquences avec l'émotionnel, et avec la télépathie, pouvoir envoyer des messages. Et voir si on peut avoir sous forme d'ondes de fréquences sur To
be able to basically maybe to tune with your emotion with the MAGRAV unit, so you'd be able to communicate like maybe extrasensorial, you know, like a communicated without opening your mouth, you know, just transmitting thoughts. Maybe that could be enhanced to transmit thoughts, he says.
Right, or maybe both a receiver and a transmitter at the same time.
Yeah.
Transceiver.
Un transceiver, ouais, yeah. Tu vas être un receveur et un transmetteur en même temps.
Oui, c'est ça.
Yes, that's what it is, he says. Absolutely. On parle tous de la même chose ici, Adil.
D'accord, vous avez déjà travaillé sur cet aspect-là?
On en parle depuis assez longtemps, oui.
D'accord.
There's a question for Hadil in the chat. Walja wants to know which ball moves in the direction of the other. Like the two balls don't have the same amount of GANs in them. Is it the heavier one moves to the lighter one, or the lighter one moves to the heavier one? How does that go? Or what is the which ball moves?
Yeah, let me ask. Adil, une question. Ton expérimentation avec les deux balles, il y en a une balle qui est plus légère que l'autre?
Oui, il y en a une qui est plus légère que l'autre. C'est ce qui permet.
Oui.
Rien faible.
La question en relation, c'est est-ce que tu sais quelle balle qui se rapproche de l'autre? Ou est-ce que c'est les deux balles qui se rapprochent l'une de l'autre? Ou est-ce que c'est la plus légère qui se rapproche de la plus lourde ou la plus lourde qui se rapproche de la plus légère? Est-ce que tu as une définition peut-être ou une observation?
C'est la plus lourde qui se rapproche toujours de la plus légère.
Okay, he says it's always the heavier one that gets closer to the lighter one.
Pour les trois expérimentations, à chaque fois, c'est la plus lourde.
Every time, the 3 times that he did the experimentation, the 3 times the heavier ball get closer to the lighter ball.
Oh, that's interesting, yes.
Not really.
No?
No, because it's not the lowest who can give to the highest, it's the highest that gives to the lowest.
Yes, but in terms of position, like the Earth's going to move before the sun moves. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. It seems that the biggest, the fattest, always attracts the smallest. But now the smaller attracts the bigger.
Yeah, it'd be like the Earth moving the sun, you know, suddenly pulling the sun toward it or something. It seems on the surface anyways, but...
Est-ce que tu suis un peu, Adil? Qu'est-ce qui vient de se discuter?
J'ai un peu compris ce que les autres participants disaient.
Oui, c'est un peu... C'est de dire que ce qui a le plus de masse devrait attirer ce qui a de moins de masse. Mais que toi, avec ton observation, c'est le contraire. Le plus massif se déplace vers le moins massif, qui est un petit peu étrange.
Oui, je suis d'accord. Mais c'est ce que j'ai observé.
He's actually conclude the same than us, but it's really what he did observe. It's the fat one, the massive one, got closer to the light one.
Interesting, yeah. How do you see that, Caroline? You immediately, it seemed to make sense to you that that's the way it should be.
Of course, darling. That's what we always do. We give always from a higher strength to the lower strength to evolve or increase their field strength. It's not the lowest that can give to the highest or the biggest. it's always the correct way that the highest goes to the lowest to serve.
Mm-hmm. But
and
wouldn't
to
that...
support.
You also got to think about, you know, how it's one in the other and then vice versa. What you got to think is that both liquids aren't the same density either. So, and in confined, like if you have something that's spread out over the surface area but hollow in the middle, it'll actually have a different density than something that's concentrated in a single area.
Rick, it should be very simple, huh, darling? Remember the magnets on the table?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same dynamic. It's the same field.
Well, if you have a big heavy magnet, it'll attract all the light ones to it. If you have a light magnet, unless it's held in place, it'll tend to move toward the heavy magnet.
No. You missed the point. You remember when they were on the table?
Uh-huh.
And you just put one finger, so they were all the same magnets, on the table. Uh-huh. So when you put your finger on one magnet and you start moving, you were the bigger magnet to compare to the others, although you stayed the same size in magnet, but you moved all the other way. It was your additional field strength, which was added to the magnet of the field strength and your intent, which increases your field strength, which moves everything else out of position. You start feeding the others.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It usually pushes out of the way rather than attracting things closer.
But there is always a give and a pull, huh?
Yeah.
The big one always, when it gives, it receives back. That's why, Mr. Keshe, always you remember that wish. The more you give, be prepared, the more you will receive. So it's always doing it for a purpose to serve, but to receive back to a higher purpose, to serve more, to have more to serve. It's the same with the field. That's why you have dynamic. That's where you create the interaction and the moving. Doesn't matter if you put it in gas, water, in balls, in reactors, in field strength, in intent, in physicality or non-physicality. It is... it can only start moving when you give it the energy to move. So now you depend on you choose and you define how you're going to move, how you're going to add that energy, or in matter state, or in physicality, or in field strength, how that will be given. Because that's the only way you can analyze it. The one cannot go without the other. The same positioning with the planetary system, the same position with the universes. They're all balanced within their own field strength, one keeping the other one in position by whatever it carries on its own field strength or energy or whatever you want to call it. So it's normal. It comes there for a surface to give, but at the same time, the little one is giving back as well. It's never a one-way direction. It's a dynamic. Give, receive, and receive back to give more, and it's a never-ending story. That's why it's so logic to me, because when you put your finger on the magnet, you start making the decisions, but the magnets have not changed in size. They received an additional extra field strength for you to position them.
Okay, thank you for that perspective. Help clarify.
I hope so.
It reminds me of Santa Claus, you know, he always was the giver and he was the fat guy.
So he must have been receiving plenty as well. It's
so
all the
that means we're all going to get Santa Claus?
I don't know.
Keep in mind, please, that Mr. Keshe said 2018 is where we're going to take man into space. So I think the most point of concentration or development or research or attention field span to go to is the flight system. Because he warned us, if we don't go, he's going to take us by the hand and he's going to take us into space. But I hope we can do it ourselves.
Yeah, I'm just staring at an image here while you're saying that. I'll just put the image up. It's one that I was playing around with some time ago, and just show it here. It's kind of cute. It was just a rough copy of a concept for a video image thing that we were going to do at one point, or website or something. I happened to be staring at it, so I thought I'd throw it on the screen while we're talking about space, going to space.
Now you have to notice something, Rick.
Okay.
You already put different colors of the different gases, so that these will be the different colors you will produce. Ah, something else, Rick. When you set up through the understanding of the CH3, yeah, one of the signs when you have the rotating, or if they're still on your motors running, one of the signs that you're sitting and going in the right direction is that you will see the flickering of the light. And they're never static. They keep on moving, changing, different. It's like a display of rainbow color facets. Have you found that video which was shown above Israel, which went public? That Mr. Keshe said that's the real UFO?
The one over the dome?
Yep. Or can that not be shared in public?
It's a YouTube video, and it's pretty copyrighted, actually, because they...
Okay. May I share something with you?
Mm-hmm.
Just give me 1 second to see if the picture is clear. It is not mine. I copied it from somewhere, but I will erase everything. And I know it's coming from a knowledge seeker. He's not going to be angry with me to share it with you. And it is absolutely exactly what you're showing here, but live. There you go. Do you see what I see? What I just tried to explain to you? This is a spaceship. This is the same circle which was above us in Italy. And I can share with you, when I was in Austria, we were standing one night talking outside, Caroline, Klaus, me, and we literally visually saw a spaceship moving out of its position, which looks like a star, but a star doesn't start moving by itself. And it was going very slowly because this panorama was going on for about 3-4 minutes. And as we were talking and discussing more about what we saw and how amazed we were to see this taking place, suddenly the spaceship must have felt us or sensed us, and it started trying to behave like an airplane and start putting flashing lights up. We were laughing our head off. And it was there for a very long time. And it's one of the spaceships which is always in the same place, and it disappeared for about a week. And then it came back in the same position, just like nothing ever happened. But this one, this is gorgeous. Just look where the boundaries of the spaceship are sitting on the rainbow colors which are appearing on the borders, Rick. They're coming, they're on their way very slowly. They are maturing humanity to be ready to interface with them. So they become very slowly visible to the naked eye in different parts of the world. More and more of these kind of type of images or videos are appearing.
Well, the funny...
You just need to, no, it's okay. It's just you need to distinguish what is fabricated and what is real. That's all. And this is a real one.
Well, the thing is like with the Schumann resonance and how it's the prison of our mind. So you'd think back in the ancient times when the pyramids were going and all the obelisks were going and the Schumann resonance was at its peak, 1438 hertz, which is coincidentally the same in wattage as electrical horsepower. And then you could see all the ships flying around all the time because you were upon that frequency to see that frequency range using your pineal gland or the third eye, and because you'd have full access. But now we have the Schumann resonance is starting to peak, and it's going to be climbing here. It's starting to rapidly climb, and once it goes back to 1438 or within that range and we can see them again, we can't see them now because, and it's not necessarily that they're cloaked. They don't even have to, because even if they're right in front of us, we just are not at that frequency range to see them. That's why the Confederation and like the Blue Sphere Alliance and all them, Galactic Federation of Light, the Guardians, all, and that's why they say we should raise our body's frequencies so then we can take part and see more and all our silver amplified abilities. And so it goes it can get pretty deep pretty fast. So, but I do agree.
But this is also a very nice indicator because this was taken by knowledge seekers. So that means that we are on the right path, in the right direction, because we are all elevating one another. So we are going already in that higher frequency. It is getting every day increased because we are working constant with the knowledge and we are expanding heavily on it and very fast. And every time, every day, somebody around the world in a different part is adding part of its own to the totality, and then you see this appearing. And more we're going to see this. And this is because we are increasing our own field strength, but through understanding. And that's the beauty of our journey as humanity and as knowledge seekers, as one family, for one planet, one race, one nation.
Yeah, it's pretty much the summing up of collective consciousness.
Yeah, but it's the wish. It's our wish that is increasing it. Our work and our efforts and our everyday dedicating to a part of the knowledge of understanding, expanding, or teaching is increasing the whole field strength of the whole of humanity. It's not only for the knowledge seekers, because we are increasing and elevating everyone around us, even nature and the animal world and whatever we can name which is existing on this planet, and even the planet. And these are the signs that we are in the right direction.
And the good thing is that Gaia's awake now.
She's always been awake, don't worry. Her children were not always awake. Her hyperactive children.
I don't know. I technically wouldn't think that we are actually from nature, because the human genome was placed here on Earth. And so, but nature took us in as our own. Like if we were from nature, we'd be able to do like the birds and the bees, and how a bird can understand a bear, and the trees can talk to each other, and possibly talk to animals as well. So I'd say we're among nature, but I wouldn't, or as adopted, but I wouldn't say as necessarily from nature.
What did Mr. Keshe said? Consider planet Earth as a concubator. Then you have your answer. What do you place in a concubator?
You mean an incubator, I think.
Yeah, sorry.
Eggs, bacteria.
Something you want to grow, basically, yeah. Baby.
Something that you want to develop. And what is this nourishing house like planet Earth? What is it producing? We have already increased from until about 10 billion souls. That's a huge harvest, isn't it? As beautiful souls. And we are not going to even talk about the other life forms, which are the birds, the animals, the plants, the trees, etc., etc., and even every single water drop. So, as I said yesterday, we are so beautiful and such a beautiful gift to so much more, but we are coming in a higher state that we're going to be taken out of the incubator. And that's where we are going. To the maturity, to serve the universe in its expansion, in our own shape and form, becoming part of the creation. That's our path and that's our direction. We are just maturing. That's why there is no need for forgiving, because there was nothing and there is nothing to be forgiven. It's only how and where and how fast are we evolving. That's all. We are in an incubator. We are, and Mr. Keshe said this already from Intrani, if you remember, Rick. He said, you can't see what is going on outside. You're covered until you mature to see the beauty. That's why no human being has ever left this planet, because there is no fingerprint from any human being at this given moment out of this planet until we reach that maturity. And we are getting so close, so fast. Look at this. This is absolutely marvelous. And look what your picture brought me to think about, Rick.
Hadley says, can I share something? So,
sure.
Yes, Hadley, what would you like to share?
C'est le temps à dire. Si tu veux partager quelque chose, c'est le temps parfait en ce moment.
Oui. En fait, je voulais partager quelque chose avec vous. En France, on a acheté des réacteurs dynamiques. On a fait des achats groupés et donc on en a acheté 67 réacteurs qui tournent actuellement en France, dans différents points de France. Et l'objectif, c'est de changer l'environnement, au moins en tout cas en France, et voir si les champs peuvent s'étendre plus loin.
Wow.
Laisse-moi traduire. He was mentioning that they purchased dynamic reactors, and he says that they actually disseminated 67 of them in France, and they are right now testing to see how they can transform the environment with it.
And they're spread all over France, he says.
Oui, répandu partout en France.
Okay. Oui, il y en a un peu partout en France.
Yeah.
Et dont il y a des gens qui ont pu seulement acheter un seul réacteur, il y en a qui en ont 4 et il y en a qui en ont 5 des réacteurs. Voilà, et après j'ai autre chose à vous parler.
Okay. He says that there's some people that has 1, some others has 4, some others has 5. So there's people that are quite enthusiastic there. Adil want to share something else. Vas-y, Adil.
Alors, une dernière chose sur les réacteurs groupés qu'on a achetés. Il y a plusieurs personnes qui font tourner ces réacteurs avec une intention de paix pour la planète.
He's mentioning that there's a lot of people that buy these reactors because they try to affect peace around the world with those dynamic reactors.
Say that again.
He says that they're buying those dynamic reactors because they try to affect or to amplify peace around the world with those reactors.
Well, I hope those reactors take everybody's cell phones out of their hands.
Ok, Adil, j'ai traduit. Est-ce que tu as d'autres choses?
Oui, il y a. En fait, je ne sais pas si c'est reconnu à travers le monde, mais il y a des gens qui peuvent ressentir les champs et l'étendue des champs. Et on a un réacteur qui...
Est-ce que tu peux répéter? J'ai mal entendu.
Alors, je dis, tu sais, il y a des personnes qui arrivent à ressentir les champs. Qui peuvent...
Vous pouvez répéter cette mot, s'il vous plaît?
Ressentir.
Ressentir quoi?
Les champs.
Able to feel the reactors. Some people are able to feel the reactor.
J'ai pas compris complètement. Il en a attendu quelque chose ou il sentir quelque chose ou quoi?
En fait, ils ont ressenti le champ du réacteur qui s'étendait à plus de 4300 km.
Ah, il a attendu, non, il en a
ressenti. So they actually felt the field of the reactor, and some over 4,200 kilometers away.
And hear them as well, yes?
Est-ce que tu as dit à dire qu'ils avaient même entendu le chant ou qu'ils ont ressenti le chant?
Ils ont seulement ressenti le chant.
Ils ont seulement ressenti. Yeah, it's more like they felt it, Caroline.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't distinguish and what he was saying. That's why I was asking to repeat it so many times.
Yeah.
It's the feeling, it's not the hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Ok, tu peux continuer à dire.
Alors, l'autre chose, c'est que j'ai à la maison plusieurs réacteurs et j'ai un réacteur avec un cœur de deutérium et de CO2.
Okay, laisse-moi traduire. He says he's got many reactors at home, but he's got one right now with a core of deuterium and CO2. Okay?
Voilà. Et celui-là, il a démarré en même temps que les essais en Chine, comme on nous l'avait demandé.
Okay, and this one started, that reactor he's talking about started at the same time then when Mr. Keshe asked the one in China to get started, to get everybody started with that. So that's when he got that one started. Okay, Adil?
Ok, alors ce réacteur-là, il est spécialement pour soutenir le travail qui est fait en Chine. Et avant que M. Keshe parle de l'orage qui s'est produit en Chine, chez moi, j'ai eu un orage, mais qui était au-dessus de la maison. C'était la première fois qu'il y avait un orage au-dessus de la maison. Ça passe toujours à côté, mais là, c'était au-dessus de la maison.
Okay. So here is sharing that there was, when the test was done in China, there was something about detecting a storm or something to that effect. And he's mentioning that at the same time that that experiment was done in China, he, in France, at home, he had a lightning storm, or he had a storm right above his house, because usually it's right beside his house, but that day it was right above his house. Okay, Adil? Et puis?
Ouais, voilà, c'était ça. C'était ça que je voulais vous parler.
Mais là, si le fait que cette tempête était au-dessus de ta maison, en même temps que l'effort qui était fait en Chine, pour ta part, est-ce que ça l'a influencé ou est-ce que ça a fait quelque chose?
Bah, j'avais l'impression que c'était comme connecté avec ce qui se passait en Chine.
Oh, okay. So his impression here was that there was a link, there was maybe a connection with what was going on in China. So he's referencing to the fact that there was a storm right above his house, right at that exact same time. Was it coincidence? Was it not? And that's what he wanted to share with everybody. Est-ce que c'est tout, Adil? C'est tout pour aujourd'hui?
Oui, c'est tout pour aujourd'hui. Et il y a une autre personne comme moi qui est à Cahors, donc c'est à 1 heure de Cahors. Il y a eu le même phénomène. On a eu le même phénomène le même soir. Et après, oui, c'est moi pour aujourd'hui.
Okay. And he shares that there's somebody else too in France, not too far, an hour away from where he lives, that actually the same thing happened to them at the same time that they had that experience in China. He too, right above his house, had a storm right above his house at that same time. So here is two coincidences probably. And that's going to be it for today. That's what he wanted to share with everybody.
It's not coincidence, Mr. Keshe saying.
I missed that. Sorry, I didn't hear that very well.
I say Mr. Keshe saying when you start experiment saying in China, saying, don't worry, your reactor in your guns is comport behavior strange. Don't worry, it's normal.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Hadil, for all your contributions today.
Merci, Adil, pour ta contribution aujourd'hui.
Avec joie.
Et tu reviendras, on l'espère.
Oui, je reviendrai. Oui.
He says he will come back. And
Very
I will.
good. Yes, we need more results from his experiments.
Eric dit on a besoin de plus de résultats sur les expérimentations, donc c'est à suivre.
Okay.
Okay, and thank you very much, Guy, and Caroline as well for translating. That was very useful and made it all so we could connect together here. So that's very good. Thank you. I think we might want to wrap things up here unless there's something else that somebody would like to bring up.
Yeah, I could probably show a little tidbit here.
Okay, Peter, what do you want to do?
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you for having me, and it was a wonderful morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for popping in. It's a delight.
Yeah, I'll just show this picture real quick. I won't get into it too deep because that'd be like another 3-hour conversation. But
is this your picture, or is not a copyrighted picture?
No, it's my picture. Just one sec.
Can I, in the meantime, can I clarify something?
Okay.
In one of the notes here in the chat room, it says that China is holding back. And that is so untrue, because Mr. Keshe gave the correct why it is not unfolding, because the people which are working on the star formation don't work within the same direction of the field strength to go for the same purpose to serve. That's the only thing which is missing. And this is something which is not nice coming from knowledge seekers to add this kind of information. It is not correct. It's all our responsibility to go towards one direction with one purpose to serve. And as long as we are not getting there, Mr. Keshe is going to have to take us by the hand.
Okay, thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Okay, Peter, what do you have here?
Oh, just one second here. I went too far. There we go. Oh, is my mic on?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Well, this device in the yard right here would be a independent energy device under principle 2 and 4, which is plasma and geometric energy. And geometric energy, of course, covers resonance as well. So what this does is not only generate both AC, DC, and negative DC energy at the same time, it also can do negative capacitance, which it taps. That's what you need to tap into earth energy. And also its refractory abilities and what it can do. Like, it's been amazing. It's actually one of the things that's been helping protect Mother Nature. I just took it down recently because it's not needed anymore because she's awake from her slumber. But I've seen chemtrails totally dissipate once it reached field strength. It did about 122 kilometer radius, and I could probably find the pictures, but this device is a thing that made the hand of Satan himself reach around the island on November 2nd, or the night of November 2nd, 2017. And I'll stop the share here and just keep talking so I can go into my desktop. But yeah, it was quite wild, and I've used the multimeters on it, and it's gone into the negative capacitance, so negative farad. It had great, almost no resistance, and it was a transistor. It was, multiple things, and that's one of the funny things that I found out too in my adventures there was, especially about LEDs, is that when the Hand of Satan reached, I put I'll put the screen up and I'll just give me 1 second here. Yeah, and when the Hand of Satan is reaching, I put a high-powered LED light into there, shining up through the multi-layered prism, and its geometry is absolutely awesome for fractal. Like, if you actually take the prism and look through it in a certain way, all you see is color, and everything turns to rainbows. Like, and it's pure color. Like and the feeling, like I'll just do a quick thing. We can go into the hands of Satan and shit, the pictures, part of my language, hands of Satan and stuff like that at a later date. But just for this, then, and I'll show some other pictures here. Oh, wrong one. Go the other way. So there's me moving around, and then you'll actually see it.
Not seeing any pictures. You have to reshoot.
No, yeah, 1 sec there. Sorry, Rick.
In previous picture, I see shimmers. Now you have the windows and the shimmers of light in front, in 2 points.
And the funny thing about that is that when you actually get that light frequency hitting your eyes, or even just being in that, you can actually see it shining on your clothes and everything in what frequency you want it. And it's pure, it's all pure tone, because that's what the rainbow is, and those colors are all pure tone. And even just like when you want it on yellow, you just feel this energy, and you can feel like your body making vitamin D, because your body makes vitamin D through your eyes on the yellow spectrum. That's why they're changing the spectrum into white with LEDs and getting away from the incandescence. So it's just absolutely amazing. And what it did, I've seen it do punch holes through clouds, create clouds, make it rain. I've essentially, with this device, I disrupted $100+ billion geoengineering program as far as the West Coast. Like, if you actually date it on the satellite archives for like SSEC geostationary satellite imaging, which is what the Hand of Satan stuff was on because of this device. It was 6.5 microfarad, which is water vapor. And as you know, God and the angels and the demons, all them, they play in the vapors. And the vapors, water vapor moves like rivers across, like around Earth. So it's quite the powerful device, but in an enclosed system like Earth is a diametric ellipse, or it is a diametric ellipsoid with electromagnetic dome. But in an enclosed system, resonance is actually one of the most powerful things. And, that's one of the things, because it's a mixture of plasma and geometric energy. So, because there's plasma rings on there. Right here, there's about 3 nano-coated copper rings plus a silver ring stacked on top of each other. And then you have a copper fin set. And also another, look at it scattered, but, and then another, there's another ring that goes around here in its geometric pattern. It's connected to a ground down here through the ground. And this is all, I know the picture's but this is all copper. This is all aluminum coil, about 7, 8 wraps, and it spirals up like this. And then I put a neodymium magnet, a powerful one, down here, just kind of beside where the ground was. I put it on the other side of the cube. And then, like, you can see it, and through the pictures, like, it goes through the whole frequency. Green, you get it when you go through violet. Oh my God, it's beautiful. You just want to stare at it for hours, and you just feel. And it's funny because all the animals and everything could feel that it's producing good energy. And obviously it's producing energy because on that night of November 2nd, 2017, you can actually track it in the archives of that. That was the night when the North Pole, this device actually pulled the North Pole. It wasn't in this position. It was actually over here more, and that was a sublay. And it actually pulled the North Pole, and that's what caused it to start bouncing. And it was even caught on a few weather stations, and it was quite an amazing thing. But now I'm putting it more into the electrical use rather than the more ambient field. It's still going to be ambient field, but it's going to be putting it in, using more of the electrical than just using the ambient fielding for nature agronomics kind of, and chemtrail busting, I guess you could say. Like this, I've seen this thing rip apart a chemtrail or chemtrail clouds, because them, they're just there. There's no shape, it's just there. And but remember the old big poofy clouds? I've actually seen this dissect chemtrail clouds into the actual vapor itself, the nanochemicals were separated from it, and it was black, like black. And because, well, plus black goo is one of the crystalline entity from Antiquity, the demonic, is also mixed in there because it's a crystalline form. It's also in LED technology. That's why that night I know also liquid elemental demon is an LED. And the thing is, with an LED, you can shine it through any type of prism. It won't refract. That's the thing. So it got pretty wild with this thing, but of course, with doing resonance and things like this, like the pyramids, if it was done to spec, I guess you could say it can help also amplify Schumann resonance. There was a few spikes that I did detect when I was doing my fielding measurements, and it was increasing every foot. So you just think like when it pulled the pole there, the North Pole, and made it bounce, it was ionic. It went right up to the ionosphere, and it was pretty wild. And so the utilization of the geometry is crucial. And also, this pyramid was made out of coroplast, and this coroplast is hollow. But the good thing is that it's a square. And you look in the Great Pyramids, what is the energy chambers that the tubes go through are square, because it's the best that holds that energy wave perfectly and without resistance. So the inside tubes are hollow, and they have a coil going all the way up it, and they're all these four corners are all coiled, going down the lines like this, and all the way up here. They're and then they come down, and each one does a different thing. Like this one connects to the ground into here, and then but they all eventually connect together. So and then this one will hang down, and there was actually that multiphasic capacitor that in that one Knowledge Seekers workshop we did there, Rick, about that multiphasic capacitor I did. And that was on there, and it works. Like, it's quite the thing. It really amplified the negative capacitance. It had no problem. I was actually quite surprised how effective it is. And that was attached. I'll try to do another picture here to see if it's, oh yeah, you can see it a little bit better now. Okay, so there it is. It's hard to see, but it's there, right there, attached. I think I might have some closer pictures, but and it's attached to this one, and then let's see. Yeah, and then this one is attached to the capacitor as well, and then the one on the far side is attached. Let's see. Okay, so let's see, ground. I wish I had a better picture on the screen, but I'm just trying to remember. Yes, the other one is attached to itself on its buddy here. That's attached to the multiphasic capacitor. It's 2 ports, right? And the multiphasic capacitor has, I took those little dielectric rings with the coil around it off a computer or even off a circuit board. They're almost like a toroidals, torus kind of thing, right? A toroid. And it's the coils wrapped around the dielectric material. So I put that on the end of that multiphasic capacitor on the positive side, and then plugged it in, so that helped out as well. And the things down here is a circular kind of graded, like with the small circles, all nice geometry. There's an outer ring. There's an inner ring down here. I had a smaller pyramid. It's a little black one, actually, that you gave me, Guy. It's the little black one in here, right there. That's actually that little black pyramid that you gave me that was nano-coated. It's right there. And then this is hollow as well down here, going right to the ground. And of course, it's connected to the ground. And there's 3 of them. And then there's a little ring that comes up here. But it's within the structure and the edges of that pyramid, because it's always...
You could show us a picture next time that we could see. It's just really blurry and you can't see anything there.
Give me 1 second here. I'll quickly...
Well, I want to shut down here.
Yeah, I'll do it later.
4.5 hours, Peter. I think it's maybe enough for now. And if if you want to show us some details of it, take some good pictures so we can see it, and so it's not all blurry and so on here. It's hard to understand what you're talking about when it's just a blurry picture. I can't understand what you mean by whether it's got a pyramid, some kind of thing on the top that's like a prism, or what it is, and what I can't even see what it looks like. I can't visualize it without a better picture. Anyway, it's something you could do if you like. You could get into it in more detail, perhaps another time. Okay, I see there, yeah. It's got a multiple sort of prism thing on the top there. I see. Not hearing your audio now. I don't know if you meant to turn it off or not.
Oh, well, the funny thing is that this disk is a hard drive, so it's glass and it's coated in 50 nanometer of palladium. They're great. The things you can do with those are amazing, especially like what it does to energy and plasmatic fields and stuff is absolutely amazing. And what it does is make it so it's like going through 6 instead of 3. And this has actually been caught on satellite going by, and it did an actual reflection going across the US when it did the sun, and it was caught on one of the satellites. And the funny thing is that, especially with using palladium in the nanometers, and this is 50 nanometers, it's great, especially for harnessing the extra external energies like multidimensional things like that. It's great for coalescing, collecting the plasmatic energies as well as distribution. And the thing is, it kind of goes into a quasi-dimensional state. So you can work with phasics on that part as well. As you can see right here, here's the ground. And then you got the wraps going up to here. Here's the multiphasic capacitor right here. There's the multiphasic that we did that on that one workshop. Here's the ring. I got a side picture, just one sec. There it is. You can see it actually starting to resonate. And it's very precise. Here's the neodymium magnet off a hard drive. It was an old 8 gig, so it's pretty big. The older the hard drive, the magnet. And the funny thing about these is that this metal here is actually that certain type of metal that resists magnetic fields. One other knowledge seeker workshop, I'll get out my meter that a lot of you guys should have, because it does electromagnetic and magnetic, and the phase convergence of that is what gravity is. So it's your all-stop tool. And then here's your copper fin set right here, up here. The nano-coated copper rings are in here, and these are actually copper discs with a square hole in the center. And the hole itself is probably about 0.5 centimeter by 0.5 centimeter square. So it goes all the way down. There's even a hole in this plate that's connected to the resonating disc here, or the containment field disc right here, containment fielding. So it keeps it from spreading out like this, and it pushes it up. And then it goes all the way down to resonate with the wood. And of course, this wood can be something else. Silver would be the best to work with this. And there's also a ground over here connected to the edge of the pyramid. This is all wired together. All of it's all wired together. And then, because as you can see, when you look at it from the side view and the planar view, you can see there's only 3. But in the top view, and this is the silver ring on the top. So this is what you see in that other pictures. And man, I tell you, when it does those frequencies, the pure tones, because it's all about frequency and tone, right? Energy, frequency, vibration, and the purer the frequency, the better. So you can only raise your frequency with pure tones, and getting hit by the light.
This has been the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, October 3rd, 2018. Thanks everybody for attending. And we'll see you next week at the same time, same place. And don't forget to take in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up Thursday morning at the usual time of 9 o'clock a.m. Central European Time. Okay, bye for now.